Yeah, baby. Go ahead and... Yeah, baby. Popping out the chats. Popping out the chats. Yeah, baby.
They're pretty big pages. I mean, 20
Popping out
pages
the
ain't
chats.
the worst.
Yeah, baby.
They're pretty
A lot of
big
them
pages.
have pictures, though.
Popping out the chats. The worst. I believe we're on chapter 21, right? Where do we leave off? Abraham tried his dirty old fucking shekel trick again, and it succeeded. Where do we leave off?
Bang my...
Abraham tried his dirty old fucking shekel trick again, and it succeeded. Well, he didn't exactly say don't bang my wife, right? He was like, this is my sister. I don't have a wife. Shekel trick again, and it succeeded. He was scared for some reason, which I don't really understand. This is my sister. I don't have a wife. Shekel trick again, and he was scared for some reason, which I don't really understand. This is my sister.
How could you do this to us? What wrong did I do to you?
Scared for some reason, which I don't really understand.
You have treated me in an intolerable way. He
What
says,
wrong did I do?
I was afraid because I thought there would surely be no fear in God in this place, and so they would kill me on account of my wife. Because I thought there would surely be no fear in God in this place, and so they would kill me on account of my wife. Because I thought there would
Because you're married, you would be killed.
God in this place. And so they would kill me.
Doesn't make much sense to me.
Because I thought there would.
Because you're
It's
married,
just like
you would be killed. I'm trying to think of a good example of an excuse like that. You know? Well, I thought you were gonna hate me or something. I can't. But it's ridiculous, regardless, isn't it? Like, because it doesn't make any sense to me. If there was like a history behind this, maybe it would make a little more sense. However, he uses it to get stuff. He gets stuff all the time.
Yeah.
So, or all the time. The 2 times that he tricked kings into taking his wife. I wonder if she had sex with with Pharaoh. Because it seems like he didn't, right? He's like, I didn't do anything. We had just got married or some shit.
Yeah.
And she's sitting there like fucking the Chinese wife from Shitty Walk. Just going with the flow, I guess. Even though we know she has a mouth on her, because she was like, oh, who's here thinks that I could actually have an orgasm with my husband? He's like, what'd you say, bitch? That I can't get you pregnant? No.
God's laughing at me.
So, hello, Craven. Would you like to get up here? Come on. Hello, sweet boy.
Well.
Look who it is.
The kitten has returned.
Your dirty feet.
Why protect children when you can have sex? Thank you, YouTube lady.
Your honor has been preserved with everyone, because I gave your husband 1,000 shekels for you. So we're even, right? And Abraham then interceded with God, and God restored health to Abimelech, that is, to his wife and his maidservants, so that they could bear children. For God had tightly closed every womb in Abimelech's household on account of Abraham's wife Sarah. Everything. Let's blame the fucking women. What did she fucking do? And also, God said to Abimelech first. Let's find it. You are about to die because of the woman you have taken. Dying and not having children anymore are 2 different things. Yeah. Like, you're about to die, you'll die when you die, but you won't have any kids. Fine line, I guess. Okay, so should we start chapter 21?
Yeah.
The birth of Isaac. Isn't that a video game that people like? Binding of Isaac or something.
Okay, I don't know what you mean, but
the Lord took note of Sarah as he had said he would. He did for her as he had promised. He did for her. This wasn't about her.
He did her because she was supposed to have a kid.
Just like Mary. God's a raper too.
It seems like
Sarah became pregnant and bore Abraham a son in his old age and hers at the set time that God had stated. Abraham gave the name Isaac to a son of his whom Sarah bore him. Damn, talk about fucking repeating over and over and over again. It probably would have been better in like song or something, you know? Like saying things over and over again in different ways. Sorry, are you?
I'm just monitoring the
okay.
stuff. It doesn't seem like we're as loud as we're not as loud as we normally are. Yeah, what are you doing? You're making me a little nervous, jumping all over the tech. Hey,
can you be a little more careful, sweet boy? Or just fucking lick your pee-pee. You didn't make him stay off the bed. When his son Isaac, was 8 days old, fucking
where this is going?
Yeah. Abraham circumcised him as God had commanded by putting his penis in your mouth. 'Cause that's how some people do it. Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him. Sarah then said, God has given me cause to laugh. Oh, were you laughing, bitch? No. And all who hear it will laugh with me. Who would have told Abraham, she added, that Sarah would nurse children? Yes, I have borne him a son in his old age. What about her? I thought she was fucking old too. Isaac grew, and on the day of the child's weaning, Abraham held a great feast. So they just decide when they're gonna...
You're not sucking on tits no more, Isaac.
Does the mother have any say in that? Sarah noticed the son whom Hagar the Egyptian had borne to Abraham playing with her son Isaac. So she demanded of Abraham, drive out that slave and her son. No son of that slave is going to share the inheritance with my son Isaac. Abraham was greatly distressed, especially on account of his son Ishmael. Well, it's about Ishmael. Well, I guess I don't give a shit about Hagar. I'm worried about my seed. Abraham was greatly distressed, especially on account of his son Ishmael. But God said to Abraham, do not be distressed about the boy or about your slave woman. Heed the demands of Sarah, no matter what she's asking of you. For it is through Isaac that descendants shall bear your name. Yeah, because they're related. They're the most fucking... The other one is half regular Egyptian nobody. For it's Isaac that descendants shall bear your name. As for the son of the slave woman, yeah, because he said you don't chop Ishmael's peepee, only Isaac's. As for the son of the slave woman, I will make a great nation of him also, since he too is your offspring. Yeah, you said that already.
I'll make everybody fertile.
Yeah.
And you are fertile.
And you're gonna get a fertile. Early the next morning, Abraham got some bread and a skin of water. When I read skin, I was like, "Uh-oh, he's like he's got to eat the placenta or something, eat the penis tip." Abraham got some bread and a foreskin of water and gave them to Hagar. So, some bread and a skin of water, and it was like, "Be gone, bitch." Then placing the child on her back, so he's still kind of young. Damn, he sent her away. As she roamed aimlessly in the wilderness of Beersheba. That's fucked up. So you're all rich and powerful?
So Abraham sent Hagar away?
Yeah. And the son.
With Ishmael.
Yeah. That's fucked up. That reminds me of like some Game of Thrones shit. Maybe that's where RRRRR got it from. With Catelyn Stark. Or Tully. If you're nasty. Sent her away. As she roamed aimlessly in the wilderness of Beersheba, the water in the skin was used up. So she put the child down under a shrub and then went and sat down opposite him, about a bow shot away, for she said to herself, "Let me not watch my child die." Abraham, you fucking cum guzzler. And also, Sarah is fucked up, but the whole situation's fucked up. At least, he's a man. Of course, the woman's gonna be upset. Women are always upset. Why not fucking send her somewhere specific? He's treating her worse than fucking anything else. Well, he's just confident. Oh, he'll be fine because something in my head said that they'll be fine. Sounds familiar. I could relate. So sat him down a bow shot away and said to herself, "Let me not watch the child die." As she sat opposite him, he began to cry. God heard the boy's cry, and God's messenger called to Hagar from heaven. So this sounds like they don't get to talk to God, because this is the second time Hagar has talked to a messenger of God.
What was the first time?
When she ran away, when she got the shit beat out of her.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
God should know that Abraham, well, it doesn't matter, because God damn it. What is the matter, Hagar? Don't be afraid. God has heard the boy's cry in the plight of his. Oh, in this plight of his. Arise, lift up the boy, and hold him by the hand. For I will make him a great nation. So, she wasn't gonna just keep breastfeeding him, or maybe he was done breastfeeding and she didn't have any, she wasn't milking anymore, so she couldn't just eat bread and then turn it into breast milk. And just to give her some bread and some water. That's it. Not somebody could, like, there's wild shit out there. He really fucking...
Yeah, it was shitty.
Oh, but I was distressed for my fucking son. Yeah, right. You don't get to decide that. Your actions decide it. Is it looking okay?
Uh-huh.
That's good. Don't be afraid. We'll make a great nation. Then God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. She went and filled the skin with water, and then let the boy drink. God was with the boy as he grew up, even though he didn't have his penis cut. He lived in the wilderness and became an expert bowman, with his home in the wilderness of Paran. His mother got a wife from him from the land of Egypt. So I guess they were both living in fucking the wilderness.
I guess so.
Together. The pact at Beersheba. There's a weird connection to like places and people. That it's almost like the stories of like how things came to be, as opposed to real stories, I guess. About that time, Abimelech, accompanied by Phicol, the commander of his army, said to Abraham, God is with you in everything you do. Therefore, swear to me by God at this place that you will not deal falsely with me or with my progeny and posterity, but will act as loyally towards me and the land in which you stay as I have acted towards you. Oh, and he had moved with like Hagar and stuff, so she didn't even know where the fuck she was, probably.
Probably.
Even further away from fucking home. To this, Abraham replied, I swear. I so swear. I swear.
With my foreskin in your mouth.
Ugh. I'll be a Jew. Abraham, however, reproached Abimelech about a well that Abimelech's men had seized by force. I have no idea who did that, Abimelech replied. In fact, you never told me about it, nor did I ever hear of it until now. Okay, hold on. So he's living with Abimelech, or like, cause Abimelech gave him land after Abraham tricked him. Swear to me by God at this place that you will not deal falsely with me. I wonder if men had questions about that fear of the unknown in their minds, and when there were men that thought they had a control of that brain power of theirs by calling it fucking God or whatever it is, it really stunned other men into following them or to respecting them or seeing them as more powerful than they were, you know?
Yeah.
But will act as loyally toward me and the land in which you stay as I have acted toward you. To this, Abraham replied, Yep. Abraham, however, reproached Abimelech. What's reproached? Is that like approach, but
I think it means to
There's only 3 thingies up.
Yeah, I didn't pop up obviously. Reproach.
Oh, what's that?
Reproach.
Reproach.
To express disapproval of, criticism of, or disappointment.
Okay. So Abraham reproached Abimelech about a well that Abimelech's men had seized by force. What is a well here, and why do they have to seize it by force? Isn't there just water? Just dig your own fucking hole, or maybe a well is a body of water or something? It could be, yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, you never told me about it, nor did I ever hear of it until now. Then Abraham took sheep and cattle and gave them to Abimelech, and the two made a pact. Okay. Didn't those come from Abimelech anyway? Took sheep and cattle and gave them to Abimelech, and the two made a pact. Abraham.
So Abraham gave Abimelech some animals.
Yeah.
Okay. Abimelech gave Abraham animals.
Yeah. So
Now, by the way, you tricked me into almost doing your wife, and God was gonna kill me for it. But now we're gonna be pals?
I think there was a level of, I don't know what to call it. I wanted to, of course, call it just stupidity. There was something missing in dudes that other dudes could manipulate within each other. And it may be that same vulnerability has transformed what dudes are, not to be privy to that weakness, but to try to defend that weakness so somebody doesn't try to take it. All the while, because they don't know it, they don't know what they're defending. So they end up, being under the thumb of anybody who can trick them or force them. And that's maybe why men are so angry, especially when it comes to women. We hit those same buttons, but we're more obvious about it because we're weaker and we're vulnerable or whatever. We're the ones that end up not tricking you, because if they were tricking you, you would have gotten tricked and you wouldn't know until we went, haha, we tricked you. And then that bitch, then she, I married her, I gave her so and so years of my life, blah, blah, blah. It's either the same vulnerability or just two ignorant vulnerabilities. One is like, I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it a lot, but it seems like men can be easily manipulated. We can see that in a lot of stories we read. We can see that a lot in pre-Rome stuff, where when people talk, they're either currying favor with each other, flattering each other, saying things to manipulate each other, to get stuff from each other. Maybe this is like kind of showing how that war started, the war of the mind. Then but it always started earlier than that, because any kind of death, destruction is traumatic for every single person, man or woman, because we were all children that would have been traumatized. Even animals are traumatized by violent and destructive things, especially when they're younger. They made a pact. Abraham also set apart 7 ewe lambs of the flock. Oh, so babies of sheep.
Uh-huh.
Always, always, always with the fucking babies. And Abimelech asked him, "What is the purpose of these 7 ewe lambs that you have set apart?" Abraham answered, "The 7 ewe lambs you shall accept from me, that thus I may have your acknowledgement that the well was dug up by me." Is this the same well that Hagar found in the last part where she talked to God?
No, I think you need to go back a little bit, because I think they mentioned a well, but he wasn't. I think Isaac, not Isaac. What's this? Abraham didn't do this. There was contention over a well that someone else built, and
Where? When?
just a little bit ago.
Well, like when we started reading today?
Yeah.
Abraham sent the chick out. God opened her eyes and she saw a well of water.
Uh-huh.
She went and filled the skin and then let the boy drink.
Yeah.
God was with the boy as he grew up. He lived in the wilderness, became an expert bowman with his home in the wilderness of Paran. His mother got a wife for him from the land of Egypt.
Yeah. After that.
Promise that you'll be good to me like I was good to you. Abraham reproached Abimelech about a well that Abimelech's men had seized by force.
Okay, so Abimelech took this well.
No, Abraham said Abimelech did, or Abimelech's men took this well.
So Abimelech's men took a well.
Mm-hmm. And he's like, no, he didn't. I had no idea about this shit.
So Abimelech's men took this well. It doesn't say that Abraham dug it.
No, he's saying take these lambs as acknowledgement that you acknowledge that this is my well, that I dug the well. Abraham answered, the 7 lambs you shall accept from me, that thus I may have your acknowledgement that the well was dug by me. And that was the only well stuff that...
Abimelech's men conquered a well.
Allegedly, seized it by force.
Is it implying that Abimelech's men seized Abraham's well? Or is this someone else's well?
It's gotta be his, because he says about a well that his men had seized, and he was like, I have no idea about this. And then Abraham was like, take these things and acknowledge that this is my well.
He's a liar.
Why?
Didn't Abraham, you've already pulled off 2 lies. He lied once to...
Yeah, he lies all the fucking time. So does God.
So if there's I don't see that it's like definitely Abraham's well.
No, for surely not, but we didn't read anything about this well prior to this part. There's like little itchies everywhere. Do you mind?
No, baby.
Except for me. Give me your acknowledgement that this well was dug by me. So I guess it is just a well. This is why the place is called Beersheba. The 2 took an oath there. When they had thus made the pact in Beersheba, Abimelech, along with Phicol, the commander of his army, left and returned to the land of the Philistines.
Whose army? Abimelech's army?
I think so. When he first mentioned him, said, about that time, Abimelech, accompanied by Phicol, the commander of his army, said to Abraham, but they have fucked up before. But I'm gonna assume that it was Abimelech's. Okay. For right now.
I was wondering, because if Abraham had an army, then there was a scenario the other day about Lot possibly having an army. He was having a thought with himself, calling it God. If there's one good person, if there's 20 good people.
That was Abraham.
Or Abraham.
Yeah.
So Abraham was the one that had his...
He definitely fought in that war with the 4 kings.
I'm talking about the Gomorrah, the Sodom and Gomorrah thing. They destroyed the thing. Lot brought them into the house, and And
The
then
angels, yeah.
and the angels are the ones who were going to destroy that city.
Yeah.
But wasn't it Lot who was saying, "Hey God, are you going to destroy the city if there's
No, that was
20
Abraham.
Abraham?"
Yeah. Lot was the one that talked to God when they got out of the town. He was like, "Oh, hey, you told me to go up to these things, to these hills, but I'm gonna die there. Can you spare this town and I'll go to this town or some shit?"
So I guess it doesn't matter too much, but there was the thought that it was him. If he had an army, it was his thoughts. It was talking about his thoughts. He was the one going to go destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, not the angels.
Lot?
No, Abraham.
Oh yeah.
And he just were like, well, does he have an army? It doesn't seem like it. But now, there was a scenario where the grammar wasn't clear whether he had an army or not.
Yeah. Well, also, he did at some point have an army, which wasn't too much before this. I don't know if Lot. I don't think Lot had a wife yet or something, and his two daughters. But when he was living in Sodom, I think, and he was getting invaded, or Sodom was getting invaded, Abraham before he was Abram, joined
A bunch of kings.
with a bunch of kings to take down a bunch of other kings, and then they split differences and stuff. That's where that Lord Almighty versus the Lord versus God thing kind of came to another crux.
I was just seeing if we had more evidence that maybe it was Abraham who destroyed Sodom and not God.
Yeah.
And he was having thoughts. He was discussing it with himself whether he would not destroy the city if there was good men in it.
Yeah. It'd be weird too, cause fucking why is he living on somebody else's land if he fucking burned Sodom and Gomorrah? That's two whole cities he could have had. Would you like some of this?
Yes, please.
Is that delicious?
Good.
Tastes like cum. Carrots. Beersheba. Abimelech, along with Phicol, the commander of his army, left and returned to the land of the Philistines. So it's almost like Abimelech and his whole army went back to Philistine for some reason.
I didn't know they were in Philistine.
Well, I didn't know that he came from. They just kind of brought it up. He returned there. Okay, when did he ever leave from there?
The map out. I've been trying to look at maps every now and then to see where.
Is it even you'd need probably like a bunch of maps, or probably I wouldn't doubt that there are maps that like religious people made to show that this is where this used to be, but how accurate that stuff is, I don't know. I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw them, and I don't have the best upper arm strength.
Can you give me the spelling of it, please?
Philistine, Philistine, Rstline.
Philistine, from my understanding, Apis is Philistine includes Gaza, according to this. But it's also Philistine is part of Canaan.
Oh. Fucking. I wonder if these different names that they give these different areas, Beersheba, pretty close, somewhere in from Jewish to Palestine. Maybe that's where the name Philistine something came from. Or Palestine came from Philistine, some sort of shit. I wonder if the names of these places age these passages at all. You know, like this hasn't been called Zoar for at least 1,000 years according to this, so it couldn't have happened before this or something, you know?
Yeah.
Chapter what?
This particular map thing is some traveling stuff and some conquering of the what the Philistines did.
Uh
And one of the places they conquered, makes me laugh.
Oprah?
Look at where the arrow
Jeebus?
is.
Jeebus Christmas. Abraham planted a tamarisk at Beersheba, and there he invoked by name the Lord, God the Eternal. Abraham resided in the land of the Philistines for many years. Fucking what? Oh, maybe that's where Abraham ended up. Journeyed on to the region of the Negev, where he settled between Kadesh and Shur. Sure.
Sure.
While he stayed in Gerar, he said to his wife Sarah, she is my sister. So are they in Philistine here? And for some reason, Abimelech and Abraham met in beer world for some reason to make this pack. It's just like a story about what beer shack means.
Maybe.
He planted something and invoked by name Lord God the Eternal. Here's another weird fucking. He hasn't been called this.
Now he's the Eternal. He's
Yeah, he wasn't called the Eternal during the Four Kings fight, right?
Right.
Birth of Ishmael. Chapter 16 is called Birth of Ishmael, and Ishmael. Oh, that's Isaac. Never mind. Okay. So, lots of different fucking names. Abram presided in the land, and so they're just like planting shit and like that Chinese propaganda movie we were watching where the fucking tank got blown off the ridge and he was just standing there with his fucking Chinese flag. He plants some shit and is like, this is mine now.
CG Mike Tyson beats up an even more CG Steven Seagal.
Why did they have people dubbing over them? What happened that, like, they're like, I'm only giving you my 15 minutes. This is it. I gotta go home. So they didn't have any of the resources anymore. And they were all Chinese fucking dubbers, but trying to speak like Mike Tyson.
I would think one of those propaganda committees didn't like the things that were said.
Oh, there were like 800 editors, so they probably at some point were like, well, I'm changing this.
Yeah.
Because from what I know, this is what hate speech means. From what I know, this is what hate speech means. So everybody's got different fucking meanings of fucking everything, and just...
So my guess is that the dialogue at the time wasn't satisfactory.
It was
After
until it
this-
wasn't.
Yeah.
Get fucked, assholes. Abraham planted the tree. Oh, we're done there. Chapter 22. The testicles of Abraham.
Ew.
Oh, I'm sorry. The testes. Oh, I'm sorry. The testing. Sometime after these events, God put Abraham to the test. He called to him, Abraham, ready, he replied. Wait, replied? He's just the one, he said that. He didn't reply, he plied. God's the initiator of this conversation. He didn't reply to nothing.
He can't start off.
This is
replying.
terribly, terribly written. They probably changed this in some books, some versions of this book for like the congruity or whatever. What's that word that I'm looking for?
Continuity?
Yeah. But really, they're just fucking up how stupid the book is, because they're like, where does this end? How do I make the whole thing fucking continuous, whatever? He called to him, Abraham, ready, he replied. Oh, there isn't a period or a space. Maybe I'm wrong because there's quotes. He called to him, Abraham, ready, he replied. Then God said, take your son Isaac, your only one, whom you love. So first you gotta
follow what your wife says. Never mind your wife. Only love your kid. I command it.
Because Ishmael's gone now.
Yep.
Go to the land of Moriah. There you shall offer him up as a holocaust. Jews love holocausts.
They love hurting babies.
Yeah, it says sometime after these events, not fucking years later. They usually show or Ishmael or Isaac as like this fucking a grown man or some shit. I've heard that he sacrificed it was like a firstborn thing first. There's so many versions of this story that I'm reading now that I've heard from probably hundreds of people. The like any Catholic church, Christian church thing that I had to go to, any kind of church thing that I had to go to, the different church people that I knew, different references to these different places, they all tell this fucking story different. I think plenty of times they say his eldest son. That this is supposed to be his eldest son. But now it's your only son. Hey, you had a son. I thought you said that his son was going to have like 18 nations or some shit, but it doesn't matter. They just died in the desert. Whatever, the end. Your only one whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah. There you shall offer him up as a holocaust. So he's going to burn a baby.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, that's, I think, the level of fear and the pressure of the unknown in the mind that was caused back in those days. That's why every man, doesn't matter if you were fucking Jewish or Mayan or fucking Neanderthal, everybody was fucking burning babies. The Scandinavians fucking did it, the Chinese did it, the Russians did it, fucking everybody burned fucking babies. All men are pigs. There you shall offer him up as a holocaust on a height that I will point out to you. So just keep going. I'll show you when you get there.
Yeah.
Early the next... This really sounds like the psychosis of believing in God. this is how the illusion of God manifests itself in the human mind. It's relatable. Early the next morning, and even like with Terry, for example, he made that program that had like random he spoke through God or to God through a random number generator. I believe that shows the same thing going on. You know what I mean? That God, it's hard to speak to God just absolutely directly, like we're talking right now. It's hard for people to speak directly at each other. It's like just a fucking pattern all throughout time and space of bad communication and a misunderstanding of the unknown in our minds. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Early the next morning, Abraham saddled his donkey, took with him his son Isaac, and 2 of his servants as well. And where was Sarah? You took my fucking kid? I'll fucking beat you to death with a shovel. 2 of his servants as well, and with the wood that he had cut for the Holocaust. So, it's sounding more and more like definitely Holocaust is burning your fucking babies.
Yep.
So, why do they call it a Holocaust? They have such a connection to this word Holocaust.
Yeah.
Is that a coincidence? I doubt it. How many things are referred to as a Holocaust? Do we call cooking meat a Holocaust?
No.
I hear it called an effigy a lot. But that's the same thing, isn't it? Burning something in like sacrifice to.
Yeah, an effigy is. I, I think effigy though is. Oh, I think effigy means something different. I think effigy means a likeness of.
Okay.
Let me look it up.
Okay.
We'll find out.
Regardless, how many people use the word Holocaust except if they're referring to Germany? Do they even call Holocausts of other people? I mean, now people are saying in Palestine it's a Holocaust because the fucking white phosphorus or whatever.
Is a likeness or image, especially of a person, a crude figure or dummy representing a hated person or group, an image, likeness, or representation of a person, whether
So
a full figure or a part.
So it doesn't have to be burning.
Yeah.
Okay.
So people burn an effigy.
Yeah. They Holocaust effigies. Okay. I don't have to look at this poop. What is on here? 3HF 3.5F F8 105.
Yeah.
Piss.
The piss station. PISS.
Piss FM.
Where everyone goes out in a blaze of glory.
Oh, God. Also set apart 7 lambs. That's not where I am. Oh, okay. And with the wood that he had cut for the Holocaust, set out for the place of which God had told him. So now we have psychotic men too, also like wasting resources. They sacrifice animals, they cut down trees to just burn shit. But we're the problem, right? People in power are the problem because they use this stuff as a means to keep their power.
Do the people who's going with them know too? Are they aware that they're Abraham's gonna burn this kid?
The 2 of his servants?
Yeah.
Who knows? The other guy, Abimelech, was talking to his court about stuff, maybe. Or maybe Abraham just keeps everything to himself. God's all mine. No, motherfucker, you're just crazy.
If they're by themselves, like jump him. They're not like, hey, this is a bad idea.
Probably not. Doesn't seem like the time to do this shit. And I think people were too retarded. I think people came out a little bit of their retardation by having these psychotic episodes. We can't say that they're good because then people would just continue it. But I think the insanity that kept man wherever he was in his head led us to where we are now. And it still leading us towards fucking destruction. So we're gonna burn a baby. Hey parents, hey children, did you know that the Bible talks about setting fire to babies? What do y'all think about that?
Do you think your parents will set you on fire?
What do you think about a God that can you do something else? Like a little bit of squeeze or itch, something, whatever that was, it didn't feel good. Okay. Yeah. Just not like that. You could do anything with my feet, but you can't do that. I'll meatloaf. We've got a story about what? What makes God so good that this is a good story? It's okay to trick someone to burn your child. What if he didn't believe you? What if he didn't get the message before he burned the child? It's also wasting resources. It's wasting fucking time. This dude's 100 years old. Do you like even fucking wasting your time driving to the store every day you need something? You know? You like wasting your time at the DMV? So either time is good or time is bad. If time is good, God is bad. You can't fucking have it both ways unless you want to be fucking stupid and psychotic. How has modern medicine, the modern psychology, blah, 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 not seen how absolutely fucking crazy religion is? I bet you it's not gonna end in the Old Testament. I fucking guarantee it. But I'm looking forward to finding that one part. I haven't been able to find it since. God or Jesus is all loving, blah, 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 whatever. And understanding, forgiving. And then he's like, oh my God, you guys can't even perform miracles? What a bunch of idiots.
How, Lover, I think you just exploded my brain.
Oh yeah?
How worthless can medicine be? They won't. If there was a person who is saying, I believe in this, there's a person, he's telling me what to do. There's this, I should burn babies, I should do all this sick shit.
If you don't acknowledge that as a problem, how do you have a pattern by which you measure mental illness? If this is not mental illness, if reading these books, if giving the children these books to read is not mental illness, everyone is mentally ill, including the people who fucking coined mental illness.
If someone were to hear this tale, they go, this person's fucking crazy. But because, oh, this is my religion. Oh, cool. Then that means you're perfectly normal.
Yeah. If you do the same thing, if you burn a baby, or if you read books about burning babies, or draw pictures about burning babies, and you're not religious, you're psychotic. I bet you, how many people have read parts of the Bible and then drew pictures at school of like burning babies or ghosts, scary things, and go, there's something wrong with your child? How many people have been pointing the blame at children instead of stupid fucking gross men from thousands of years ago? Look what you've done to them. They're taking fucking hormones, trying to manipulate their bodies, chopping off parts of their bodies, being so confused and hypersexual. But no, it can't be the problem that's right in front of us, right? It has to be more complicated. What made him this way? I don't know, was Chris Chan fucking raised in religion? Was he told stories and given parables? We've seen all those movies. Even if movies do it, people do it. They just do it different fucking ways of children being told parables about the Bible and learning lessons from that. Oh, well, because Abraham had to listen to God, and that's why he fucking tricked him or told him to burn his son. Or so I can't even like make the reasoning right now because I'm more focused on breaking apart the fucking stupid narratives, making examples of more. I'm just thinking of like those VHSs that we watched. It was a black kid, a Mexican girl, and a white boy. They went around doing like detective work.
Yeah, they're like,
it's like, how come Dad had to die? Well, you see,
Sasquatch in the desert.
Yeah, there was like an alien one.
They like had an airplane that was their hideout.
Yeah. Some rock climbing bullshit too. I don't know if it was the same group of kids. No, because one of them had a dad. If you read this to kids, you're disgusting. Jordan Peterstein is talking about making fucking waves about all these terrible things happening to these. How could you let your children be exposed to this? Jordan Peterstein, how could you let your children get exposed to this? Giving them fucking nightmares?
Oh, doesn't he, or did he, whatever, at the time when he was doing all his lectures, lots of Bible stories.
Mm-hmm. I don't think any of it's good. However, because the fundamental of religion is there's got to be something there, right? Maybe these are things that people don't know now and they knew then. Maybe people were saying things that we just don't understand right now. So you get all these like different ideas of this and that going down the same rabbit hole that we go down too, but just more ignorantly because you're giving too much Creedence Clearwater Revival to religion.
Our minds we're more aware of ourselves. People back then weren't, right?
I would say so, absolutely, yeah. That we're closer to our insanity than they were then. It's a bad way to say it, insanity, to the deep, dark, fucking not understanding of our mind. The deep, dark fear of our mind. The deep, dark unknown.
Can we help that a little bit?
Not really. Not if you want me to be able to see.
Well, just for...
Okay. Well, that works a little bit.
Sorry,
I didn't know that it was in your face, or else I would have put it in your face more. Trevor more. Demi more.
I was gonna say, dang.
Yeah, that would be disrespectful to the language. I can't do that.
You were joshing with the direction.
Yeah.
I picked up on the Trevor Moore part. It's like, it's a good thing.
Not right. Sorry. Demi more. Old Michael Doug spanked that lass. Sorry, you had something and now you lost track.
We're more aware of ourselves. Our brains are different.
Yeah.
We're more aware. I was thinking, trying to put myself in the mindset of someone who would burn a baby to solve a problem.
Good luck.
Whether that problem's a voice in my head told me to do so, or the crops aren't doing well.
Yeah.
there's a reason. There's the the person is lacking something for that thought to be taken seriously.
It's still prevalent, though. I have an example. I was watching a documentary about the Roman Colosseum, and people theorized, oh yeah, people came from all around the world and they had seeds, and that's why the stuff grew that was so like different. But you know, there's stuff that grows there that is not familiar with the thing, and it thrives. Not familiar with the region or whatever, and it thrives. And they theorize it's because of all the blood. Gave nutrients to the soil. So it's a good thing.
And we want this place to survive, so
Sacrifice.
yeah.
Holocaust.
So we can now look back then and go. Essentially, that's crazy to be burning
Yeah.
babies. Different fucking mindset, and it makes sense to me.
Not always, though, because they still, people hear that God tells them that their babies are demons, so they drown them, and they still get arrested and not helped.
In the future, people will look back and go, they just didn't understand. Just like we can now look back then and go, they just
Yeah.
didn't understand. So, where we are now, if we want to get to the point where we look back at our current selves and go, all right, we have to advance our understanding.
Yep. See these words in a different light. Like, oh, you had it, your people got holocausted under the hands of Germany, right? Well, you're holocausting yourself right here. You're holocausting babies.
Yeah.
Explain.
Reach this future, we've got to, got to have more understanding. And what's the thing is like one thing that came to my head, neurotic.
My escapism.
To understand,
I gotta burn my autistic kid in effigy.
I have to run away instead of going towards the understanding.
Yeah.
The understanding is the only way that makes us move
He
forward.
doesn't know anything about understanding. He's too stupid. All he sees is a problem that he doesn't want to face.
I don't want to hurtful and it cause me pain, run away, instead of why is it causing me pain and how do I get it to stop?
And it's all just bullshit because he spends 20 hours a day talking about it with his fucking friends, chirping away with them on the internet. You don't want to escape anything. You want to escape fucking the escaping? You want to bitch about the lack of escaping? Then you're not escaping. Like
escape isn't good enough.
Yeah. Why aren't you escaping the escapisms that you don't like? Like Doctor Who? And Doctor Hua?
See something that is stupid.
If we see something that's stupid
and continue to do that stupid thing,
you become even more crazy.
That's being able to see that, make a choice, like that's moving in a bad direction. That's not going to move us towards the good future where we look back and go,
yeah.
Like I just like say Star Trek, I can't believe we didn't understand how to. It seems so commonplace.
Well, I think a better example of that is in Star Trek when they're like, I can't believe that we couldn't figure out how to not have this one black person die before we learned how to become a better people with different currency.
Why about money?
Yeah, I couldn't believe that we couldn't just control people like this before. And you know what? That shit is still bullshit because when the guy who made the hyperdrive was living in a fucking camp. So after that one black guy died in Deep Space Nine, which is supposed to be happening before the hyperdrive, right? Or warp drive?
Deep space.
In Deep Space Nine, Cisco goes back to, not to fucking pull a red letter, Stoklas or whatever. Cisco goes back into the past. Maybe because of that cloud god thing that they discovered, or because of like some sort of
the space jewelry of the Bajorans. Like, isn't he the prophet? And
yeah. So he goes back in time and witnesses the transition from everybody being poor and angry to now we're a
better society.
A what's that word again? Not holistic. Moral, amoral, that one thing that we were talking, selfish versus altruistic.
Yeah.
But even though, like, there's always fucking problems, so it doesn't even matter. But then there was still crap going on because in the Next Generation, wasn't there those episodes that they went back in time and they found the guy who made the hyperdrive or something?
There's the
warp drive.
That's the movie. They went back. The Borg were gonna take out the guy who invented the hyperdrive thing when it shot off.
That's why I thought it was a couple episodes, because like that's a lot of information.
It's the movie.
Okay.
It's the first Next Generation.
Okay. So it all kind of just doesn't make sense to rely on that for any sort of like hope of the future is retarded, just like it's retarded to do it for the Bible. It's just a poorly written script. It's a poorly written story. It's a poorly written story in the Bible. Wouldn't you say so?
Yeah.
I mean, their fucking empath has no empathy.
I'm sensing a couple life forms down on the planet.
You know what makes her an empath? That she's fucking a crazy bitch. That when there's something that makes her sensitive, she's like, oh, I can't control my mind. What's going on? Right?
Yeah.
Almost every episode that involves her, it's because she's getting raped or she's getting fucking there's something in the air that she's getting uncontrollable I gotta eat fucking chocolate, I gotta fucking shake in my bed, I have dreams where my chest is heaving. Oh, what's going on?
I'm not sleeping as well.
Yeah, her mom's all together. They can't get along. Empathetic people, I'm sure, would be able to get along. As long as you don't get to that point of anger and craziness. You can't really understand people if you do get to that point of angry too much. Eventually you see where you what's that point? Not a sea level, but the plateau or whatever of understanding. You reach a plateau where unless you learn more about yourself and learn about self-control, you're never gonna fucking get there. And she has no fucking self-control. The only self-control that she has is the same as everybody else.
And she is...
Get rid of your feelings.
And she is to take over the ship.
She's like number 4!
Before the guy who runs the fucking hyperdrive. The guy who makes your ship fucking run. He gets no fucking say.
It would have been great.
Crazy lady who can't tell the difference between a human and a hologram and a ghost.
Probably doesn't know the difference between friend and an enemy. She probably doesn't know the difference between fucking captain and the whore of the captain. Assistant whore to the regional captain. It would have been great to see her have to take control of the ship and her making like the worst mistakes. So the LaForge is like, Captain fucking Beta bitch. I can't do this. Our engines can't handle it. If we do, there's a big risk of us exploding. That's an order, LaForge. And then poof, they just die, and that's the end of the series. That should have happened the first episode. That would have been great. Nobody would have had to fucking go through it.
That almost happened.
Did it?
Yeah, but Jordy was able to convince her that
Jordy had to convince the Captain fucking Beta bitch to not be stupid.
Yeah.
How many times did Frakes have to do that for Picard? Yeah.
I don't think ever. I don't think Riker ever was like, "Hey, I object. I think you're doing something stupid, Baldy. I'm gonna relieve you of duty."
I feel like there was one episode where he, like, you know, when he steps over the chair, fucking barely missing his balls, and fucking it's like, Captain, I think this is a mistake. And he's like, shut the fuck up. I'm the captain, and you could go somewhere else if you want. And then it turns out, you know, Frakes wasn't needed anyway because everybody moved on to the next episode. So whatever. Oh. I wish that there was enough time that we could just watch and criticize everything. Because it all needs a good criticism. There's that fucking guy that everybody loves on YouTube, Smarter Every Day, when he's talking to NASA. They're like, oh, you shouldn't have done that. Now you're going to get in trouble with the FBI or whatever. Where he's talking about how if these companies don't have people who criticize what they're doing, then they're not going to get any better. If you just allow Elon Musk to keep putting more rocket fuel into these things, then you're just going to get a thing that can't go up in the sky. Nothing is going to get accomplished. Nothing is going to get done well if these big companies, these big corporations, these big people, these big entities go, I forgot the word he used. I don't know why I can't think of it. It's not criticism. Like objections. I forgot. It doesn't matter. Really. But if people are scared to speak up at their own job to say this is not a good idea, and they're just going to get fired or they're going to get ostracized, they're going to lose everything, then what are we building here as humanity or some shit? I may be projecting a little bit, but that needs to be done about everything. People should be doing it to themselves. I criticize myself all the fucking time. YouTube doesn't criticize themselves. They criticize everybody else. The government criticizes everybody else. Businesses, CEOs, fucking bosses of any type just criticize anybody they can to make themselves feel better, more righteous and justified. Words that they couldn't even spell, fucking idiots.
You remember not too long ago how you defined a certain word?
Stupid?
Haters.
No.
Oh, sorry, hate. Said hate is just criticism you don't want.
Oh yeah, that's so true, isn't it? Yeah, fuck all the haters. That's what YouTube does. That's what fucking every platform does. That's what every tech company does, because it's like Silicon Valley. They get some sort of guru. That weird morality shit, fucking that weird cult of technocracy that thinks that they understand what like good is, what's good about fucking like not being racist or something, or like propagating these stupid ideals. And then it's just a cult. It's just a cult of fucking bullshit. Because it's the most conducive to controlling your workers. That is the only fucking thing that matters. And then you get movies like fucking, what's his name? Telecom China? The China speaker.
The China salesman.
The China salesman. Who risks life and limb for nothing. First, he risks his life to save a child, then he risks his life to save a cell phone tower. That's the scale that China sees morality in. And that's stupid. That's gonna make you stupid. You're gonna self-fucking implode.
I'll bet my life and everybody else's life on the power of the Chinese fucking flag.
And what even was Steven Seagal doing in that movie?
Serving piss.
Serving fucking piss.
How do you know that's the right direction? That short it looks like.
Oh yeah, it's
Hopefully there's a burn.
pretty visible in my stethoscope. What's his name? Steven Seagal played 8 different characters and was only on screen for a total of like 2.5 minutes. He was some guy that like picked up weapons. He was some guy who saved someone off the streets. He was the guy who fought that guy who he saved prior. He's the guy who fought Mike Tyson. He was a bartender. He was like a drugs or salesman and a cop, probably.
A weapons dealer, a spy.
Oh yeah, who the fuck was he?
Mercenary. No, mercenary, not spy. Oh, he was a butt toucher.
Oh yeah, he loved that scene where he just got to cup that fucking booty hole, and you could see how much he loved. It was like how you touch my butt. Except, you know, Steven Seagal's disgusting and creepy and a liar and a piece of shit and fat and old. So there's some differences. No, not enough, but at least you don't pretend to know martial arts. You just don't know martial arts. Pretty sure you could hit somebody with a hockey stick with, you know, whatever you've learned over the years. A tennis racket. Probably a baseball bat, too. A wood chopper. You could probably hide a body. Well, I would hope. By this time, next year, I hope you can hide bodies. No, nah, we're not violent. Just terrorists. We're mind terrorists.
Logic terrorists.
Fucking. Logic terrorists are just terrorists who use words to say why they're doing it.
Just explaining the bad thing they're doing, that's a logic terrorist.
They just had reasons besides Allah. It's like you Vulcans have been not using logic to your fullest potential or some shit. Or whatever. Did we finish?
Basically, wasn't it The logic terrorists are attacking the Vulcans basically because
They both didn't like each other because they wanted to. Neither of them are using logic. Vulcans are not something to look up to as logical people. That has been apparent since the first fucking Star Trek. They have all of a sudden I get too horny and I go crazy, or I get too old and I go crazy. All of that emotionalist stuff becomes like a hindrance because they've just let it go for all this time. They're following this once and then they go crazy. How did they write it? Kind of like The Leftovers? Who knows? Who knows how anything works in this fucking psychotic bullshit mindset that men have created. I would say it's men. Men. What is that? A mice in the walls? Speaking of which, I think I gotta pee already. Can we,
what?
Yeah.
Okay. Do a BRB?
Yeah.
Okay.
This Bible's too. Oh, Bible!
There you go, baby.
Thank you.
Oh.
That's exactly what I didn't want to happen. Get greasy fucking skin all over the lenses. Safe, I think. But I'm blind, so. So we're getting to this Holocaust of baby Isaac. That game should have been called the Holocaust of baby Isaac. I don't know, it's something that people made memes about, I think, the binding of Isaac. That's why I thought you would have, because you're on 4chan all the time.
This is not familiar to me, wife.
Height. On a height that I will point out to you, you're gonna offer him up as a Holocaust. To God, he doesn't say that. He just says you're gonna sacrifice some things. Is it like the mind telling, it's like a transition between like a monotheistic, like I just gotta appease the gods of the sun and the sky to do good stuff for me? But then it turns out it's like God because it's one thought that is pushing you to do these terrible things. Saddled the donkey, took his son Isaac, 2 servants, and wood that he had cut for the Holocaust, set out for the place of which God had told him. On the 3rd day, 1, 2, 3, Abraham got sight of the place from afar. Then he said to his servants, "Both of you stay here with the donkey while the boy and I go on over yonder. We will worship and then come back to you." It sounds like his servants don't know that he's about to burn his baby. Thereupon, so Abraham, fucking everything he says is a lie. And isn't it a coincidence that God lied to him when he's like, oh, if there's 20 innocent people, would you not burn the people? Or would you not set fire to Sodom and Gomorrah? And he's like, yeah, I wouldn't do that. But then he did. Thereupon, Abraham took the wood for the Holocaust. That's 3 fucking mentions of Holocaust. And there just so happens to be in a book with the people who relate to that word the most. Took the wood for the Holocaust and laid it on his son Isaac's shoulders. So he just straight up is going to just put the wood on his... while he himself carried the fire and the knife. So he made his son just like Jesus. Jesus had to carry wood where he was going to get crucified, and he's making Isaac carry the Holocaust wood.
How old is this kid now? He's carrying wood.
At least enough to talk. As the 2 walked on together, Isaac spoke to his father. "Father," he said. "Yes, son," he replied. Isaac continued, "Here are the fire and the wood, but where is the sheep for the Holocaust?" So he's lying to everybody. He didn't tell his servants, oh yeah, we're just gonna go Holocaust a sheep. Instead, he's like, the servants are like, well, you didn't bring one, but I ain't gonna fucking...
I ain't saying nothing.
"Son," Abraham answered, "God himself will provide the sheep for the Holocaust." Then the 2 continued forward.
God will provide the sheep.
Lies. "Hi, Socrates. Would you like to... Here, I'll hold this for you. You go on ahead. Come on down. Socrates, Espinosa, come on down." Okay, you don't like sitting on the Bible? I wouldn't either.
You stink too, cat.
Ew, what does he sing like? Why do you people fucking stink so bad? I think it's that fucking... It's something that they sit on or something. You just got crumbs everywhere. Oh my god. It's hard out here for a pimp. We'll worship and then come back to you. God himself will provide the sheep for the Holocaust. That's like the 8th Holocaust. Then the two continued going forward. So they stopped to have that conversation. When they came to the place of which God had told him, Abraham built an altar there and arranged the wood on it. He couldn't have just kept going with the maybe coming out of this trance that, God's a liar. But he saw Sodom and Gomorrah and just figured, yeah, he definitely fucking took Lot out of there. God is good. I know he fucking lied to me, or I don't know that he lied to me. Or maybe he just didn't make mention of it, but maybe he didn't find any good people. Should have kept pressing. What if just my brother was the good one? Would you still kill everyone? No, I wouldn't. Abraham built an altar, then arranged the wood on it. Next, he tied up his son Isaac, who was none the wiser. Hey, Dad, is this how we find the sheep? And put him on top of the wood on the altar. So, let's not let children watch horror movies.
But the Bible's fine.
But this is fine. Let's not let boys read Harry Potter. But this is fine. Right, you stupid Christians? Let's demonize anything that we want and blame it on anything. It's Marilyn Manson's fault, right? It's not the Bible's fault. Sounds like the same thing. You ever been to a Marilyn Manson concert? I doubt he fucking burns children, because that's illegal. Then he reached out and took the knife to slaughter his son. I thought you had to, so you can kill the thing and then burn it and then it'd be a Holocaust?
Yes. I thought we read it had to be a burning, but...
Yeah, because we were like, well, then the Holocaust that from the 40s that you call isn't a Holocaust. Is a big barbecue grill a Holocaust then? Then meat would have to be a Holocaust. Just because you ain't offering up to no gods. Hitler wasn't offering up the Jews to nobody. If what happened, they say happened. Is a crematorium a Holocaust? No, I'll wait for you to chew. I can't even take that much dick in my mouth. And you just fucking... Why don't dudes just suck their own dicks? It looked like you were about to offer it to me. But then you didn't.
Well, I was going to finish satiating my thirst before I...
Oh, you were going to take even more sips before you offered it to me? I don't think so, buddy. Here you go. I can do that because it's cute.
So I looked up the Holocaust over here. Do you remember when we looked it up and found the burning? Because this first thing came up is not.
It's a different fucking...
Yeah, it's the...
Holy
it's
shit.
the Jews.
It was on like Start Page, or maybe we went on DuckDuckGo.
Oh, this is DuckDuck.
Oh, maybe it was Start Page. They don't get to define words that they use in different ways. Listen, do you see the fucking disgusting corruption that we just uncovered? Holocaust is used in the Old Testament And yet a Holocaust is only the thing that happened in the 40s. Allegedly. Listen, a crematorium, by the way that this is used as a means to burn something, or maybe for God, whatever, it doesn't matter what you're doing it for. Maybe I'm God. If you're selfish, you're your own God. And I want fucking pork belly in my belly. So you're smoking fucking meats. You're grilling fucking chicken legs. Holocaust. My mother got holocausted.
Yeah.
Oh, and everybody who gets fucking nukes or white phosphorus fucking dropped on them, it's also a Holocaust. But that's burning them alive. You want me to take this off maybe? You won't be so slippery? Right now. Do you know what that is? That's a litter box. That's an old kitty friend of mine. Took a pee-pee in there and I took a picture. Do you like it? Do you like my art, Socrates? Do you even know what art is? Do you want to learn about what art is? Do you want to know what love is? I'll fucking show you with
a
my
sacrifice consumed by fire.
So it's sacrificing. What makes a sacrifice? If somebody says, I'm going to take this dead body and sacrifice it to Cthulhu just because it's your job, doesn't mean you're necessarily not making a sacrifice. It's like such a open-ended thing that people can just, like racism or any other ism, just do whatever the fuck you feel. Or phobia, or a fucking shitty taupe. So, we're about to burn a child. I remember the first time I got my own Bible. Well, hear ye. I went to Catholic school. So that means that I was learning about abuses, and I went to church before that. Were they not mentioning this stuff? Did I not have access? Could I not read by then? And just pick up any book that was on any one of those fucking pupas, whatever they're called? Pick it up and read it? It's like leaving porn out for a child to find. It's disgusting. Then he reached out and took the knife to slaughter his son. But the Lord's messenger called to him from heaven. Why wasn't it God? Is this like the difference between good and evil or something? Like God when he is evil when he's talking to your head, and then there's somebody outside who isn't? I don't know. Let's just stretch. I'm just trying to put the pieces together as we go. But the Lord's messenger called to him from heaven, Abraham, Abraham. Yes, yes, Lord, he answered. So he's still calling him Lord, so is it a messenger? It's probably he was talking to like a goat that was just roaming around. And he's like, oh shit, is that you, God? It's me, Chelsea Handler.
The guy came down from heaven with a fucking tablet and just starts FaceTiming God.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. That's going to be 20 extra bucks there, OnlyFans. God, if you want to FaceTime with me like... He answered, yes, Lord. Do not lay your hand on that boy, said the messenger. Do not do the least thing to him. Was there just a person roaming around like, what the fuck are you about to do? Was there like good men out there that was like, what are you doing? Burning a child.
And this guy's just like, Well, you're
It's
investing
like that
50
Chinese movie. They thought that they were going to sacrifice that kid, but turns out it was just a misunderstanding. So what was it then? What were you doing to that kid?
I thought they were giving her the old lady circumcision.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. And she had blood marks near her crotch.
Yeah.
Nope, but we got a misunderstanding. I'm disgusted by everything. Well, I'm disgusted by everything that a human does right now. I could be less disgusted if they'd stop doing the disgusting things and start doing the not disgusting things. I got a list we could fucking go through if you want. It's short. The things you do to be disgusting that book is way heavier than the not disgusting things. I know now how devoted you are to God, since you do not withhold from me your own beloved son. I thought it was a messenger. They keep switching back and forth. So don't do this thing. I'm a messenger of God. Fucking now I'm God. Just confusion, maybe, for confusion's sake. As Abraham looked about, he spied a ram caught by its horns in the thicket. So he went and took the ram and offered it up as a holocaust in place of his son. Motherfucker, were you asked to offer anything? He was like, I know you love your son now. Okay, on your way. So instead, that's where they stop the thing. It's, fucking, Abraham was just, he was being tested, his loyalty for God, that you would give up your son. Not your only son? What happened to the other one that was gonna have a bunch of nations or some shit?
Yeah.
His mind was like, don't worry about that kid, he'll be fine.
Yeah. You know what? I know you can't have one. It's cool if you have one with the maid, right? God was cool with that.
Yeah.
And then do you one better? Have one with. I'll make sure your lady gets pregnant this time.
Why? Why didn't he just let Sarah get pregnant in the fucking first place?
So
That's because this story is bullshit. So nobody asked for this ram to get killed, but you know what a sacrifice is? Is I'm just sacrificing animals to fucking God. But then he goes back when it's all nice and charred and eats it. Cool. So now we have animal abuse. Does any animal like to hear about their goldfish dying, let alone their cat, dog dying, grandma dying? Do they ever like looking at dead things in the road or seeing death? For example, seeing all the death that I did thanks to fucking Disney movies?
No.
It traumatizes you, right?
Oh, yeah.
So now we have more traumatizing in this book. And motherfuckers don't talk about this part. That, you don't have to kill your son now. It was just a test. However, he's gonna burn a goat instead.
It
ain't a Dodge Ram.
He's like, what the fuck's going on? Like,
yeah, this causes confusion. And this is the confusion that nobody can unravel. Nobody has been able to unravel until now, I would say. Maybe there were people here and there that could have at some point, but somebody is so tested as me, being on both sides of the fence, here and there all the time, learning all the things that I did, experiencing these same voices in my head. What's wrong with your eye? You still got that thing that hurts?
yeah. And I got really dry eyes,
You want some water to pour in them? Some salt water? I'm like the ocean. We're like the ocean. We drink water, but we sweat ocean. We drink river and shit ocean. That's from Norse mythology.
I was gonna say, is it Mark Twain?
Oh. John F. Kennedy and during his inaugural speech.
We drink river and we shit ocean.
This sucks. So, more trauma for children. Abraham named the site youre. So now we have this Yahweh word. For whatever reason, stupid idiots decide to use this word to describe God. Like those conspiracy people. Oh, Yahweh knows the way, some shit. The Illuminati will crash and burn.
Yeah.
You're stupid. They're stupid too because the trauma that they're talking about Hollywood doing to children, they are doing themselves. What, just because they didn't make a movie 6,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago, whenever this was fucking made, doesn't mean it didn't have that impact then, and it doesn't mean it doesn't have that impact now. Hence people now say on the mountains that the Lord will see. On the mountain the Lord will see. I thought God sees everywhere, so why are we making up these dumbass terms? It's probably not a good idea to do that and then do that.
Yeah, probably.
We do live in like the boondocks.
Yeah.
Again, the Lord's messenger called to Abraham from heaven. I'd be like, I'm so tired of fucking hearing you right now, but I bet you. You know how schizophrenics hear things, they're told to do things, and they're given medicine to not feel those things? I think that was more prominent back in these days. Our minds develop and that space is not filled and dark things arrive there as a result. That Plato saw it, the Zarathustra guy saw it, Buddha saw it, that there are places in our mind that evil lurks, but we can get to know it instead of just being it like shithead fucking Abraham right now. And I think it's disgusting what you can learn, I think, so much from schizophrenics, how the brain operates. And if you let yourself see the similarities to yourself, you'd be amazed. Everybody hears something once in a while. Everybody gets an idea that where did that come from? My muse, blah, blah, blah. Unless you're just, I don't know, a nothing thinker. I don't think there's anybody, you heard things in your head, right? You had thoughts in your head, or, I don't know, you're weird.
I am very weird.
You have like almost a complete oppositeness to me. Where if I didn't know any better, I would just say you played football in high school and you followed where your penis took you and you just did stuff you found fun, but that isn't really how it went down. If, like, being
close to a point where you feel like you were gonna die because of the health problems when you were younger?
Yeah.
Because your mother fucking poisoned you, I bet. I don't understand how you didn't find these voices in your head. You didn't have, like, did you ever have an imaginary friend?
No.
In that way, we're similar. The result was similar. Maybe the degrees that any individual is close or far from that center of darkness and confusion varies from person to person. So it's not that schizophrenics, quote unquote, are ill. They are just experiencing life differently. It's not that there's NPCs. Those people are just experiencing life differently. Then they're more susceptible to just being controlled. So it's not what makes us similar. What makes us similar is something that has to be chosen to be found. A schizophrenic can feel better. A drug addict can feel better. A person who just does whatever anybody tells them still has things that they have to get better from. They're gonna be bad for their children. They're gonna get stressed. They're gonna try to go to yoga or something, or there's gonna be mistakes that they made. There's gonna be unsureness or nervousness. People break it's like almost like a tree too, where the ripe things are falling from said tree, and when you fall from that tree, you've, what's that word that they used for babies, ripen, where your mind gets to like a certain point where you can't hold on to all that stuff.
Yeah.
The sweetness almost becomes,
or the fruit of knowledge.
Yeah, there's only so much sugar the fruit can develop into before it falls and then eats itself with that sugar.
Yeah.
And I'm the tree. I don't know. I ain't that sweet. Do I provide sweet? No, I don't do that either. Okay, so I'm not a tree. I don't know what the fuck I am. I'm a stick. I'm a
bush.
I'm a bush. I'm a toilet. No, I'm not a toilet. I'm a book.
The booby berry bush.
I'm a squirrel. I'm a turtle.
You might be a squirrel.
Why? Because you used to hate squirrels and want to run them over with your car, and your sister tried to run me over with her car, and also you hated me just as much as she did, and you were just as crazy and stupid as she was. Where are we going with this? I'm a turtle.
Okay.
I got a shell, and I'm green.
Sometimes you get stuck on your back.
Yeah, oh yeah, I often get stuck on my back. Okay. What the fuck are you guys talking about? I don't even understand. Get to understand it, right?
Right.
I feel itchy all over my nose. There's scabs constantly growing in those places. Never in my life until pregnancy, and now 4 years later, still pregnant, still going through the same shit. But I feel like a hair too on my face, and I keep trying to like find it and pull it off. I don't know if it's attached to me. I don't know if it's separate, and I feel it like tickling my nose right here. Is it in there? No. I've gone as far as I can.
Sometimes one of my mustache hairs flips upside down, it doesn't go.
Ah.
And it tickles my nose hairs, and it's.
That's a pain in the ass. And then since it curled like that, it's probably hard to get it back down.
Yeah.
You use like one of those straightening irons. That'd be pretty cool.
If it doesn't, turn, if it like is like for some reason it's got bent that way, like it's just.
Oh, okay. I'd get annoyed and just pull on it, but that's probably why I'm.
Yeah. My nose water. Oh man.
I'm used to it. My whole life, my mother would brush my hair in a way that would always make my nose itch and my eyes water.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, and it's like, this hurts. I don't know if she fucking cared. I don't know if she knew. I think, my mother was stupid. Always talk about all these things that bothered her. Oh, look at these people doing these. Oh, suddenly you learn stuff now, right? Because you signed a paper saying that this is bad and this is bad because of work or whatever.
Yeah.
And now suddenly you know how to treat children. Although I was there fucking years ago and you were a bitch. You gonna beat the shit out of those kids because they want to do something that you don't want them to do? Good luck, idiot. Oh. Always going off on different tangents. I know I got more, but I'm all crazy. So we gotta fucking do something about mental health. Mental health is not what anybody thinks it is. It's not, they can't go to wherever. Mental health is indoctrination. We gotta give you the tools to make you feel comfortable in your prison cell. Basically. The mind is nothing like anybody fucking thinks it is. Or knows it is. No. I don't have a mustache, damn it. At least it's not that long.
I don't know how much you remember about Dragon Age.
A bit, yeah.
Josie, back up. uh the the Fade was a place that the magicians would go to.
The magicians, the gray scales,
People who use magic.
they all went there, not just the ones who like conjured
Like they're
the dead.
Yeah, there's a connection to the Fade that they have, and it's a place that they can travel to. I believe it's in their mind, of course, because like you see them, people on the ground. Oh, what's he doing? Oh, he must be in the Fade.
They drink shit too to like make them almost die.
Yeah, the Grey Wardens.
Yeah. Magicians in the mind.
Yeah, and in the Fade, there's demons that can lead you astray. But there's also spirits of virtue.
Yeah. How do you tell the difference? If you needed to almost die to fucking talk to these people. I guess not all of them go through that.
There was something. What were you talking about? Just a little bit before.
That people don't understand what's in our minds.
Yo, yeah, and there's like dangerous things there.
There's dangerous,
dark thoughts, and it reminded me. This whole thing what you're talking about reminds me of the Fade.
It probably is. I was thinking when you mentioned it that it's like Evangelion, like all the things we watch where people have evolved their understanding of the parts of our mind, maybe even because, or at least that's the track we had to go down, religion. Because we got automatic dark thoughts and we also got automatic good thoughts.
Yeah.
It's harder to get in touch with those good thoughts because of the prevalence of bad thought. However, taking some psychotropics kind of force their voice out into your mind. It's scary because that good can be bad, good, bad, like at any time, and you don't know what the separation or the connection is between those two voices, but you know the difference between I'm being punished and I'm being nurtured. And that's a lot of God stuff, I think. That's a lot of everything stuff. That's a lot of fucking... Makes me wonder about people with the multiple personality. That their outside world maybe is so dark that there's only good stuff in their heads, like the bad in their head translates into like a character that is the one that takes the abuse on the outside. You know, ooh, I'm a little girl, but I got a boy inside of me named Tommy, and he comes out and takes my dad's beatings for me. No, it's not that Tommy beats me up, but he gets beat up, and there's still like a darkness to that.
I don't know if I've ever heard of a thing like
What do you mean? With multiple personality?
that. Someone who comes out and takes the abuse. Taking abuse and then becoming a different person because of it. Different direction.
How does it normally happen to you? Or how do you think it normally happens? The first split or the characters, what are they comprised of if not as a direct result of the abuse?
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. You were saying that
Children often create characters to be the ones that are the ones who take the abuse. Which is to say that it's mostly just kind of, you're only not yourself in the past. So your memory of being beaten is held on to this other character. And when you're getting beaten, you kind of slip into that character from what it seems like. Like you have to, there's things in your mind, this automatic process of, I don't want to be here. So there's somebody else that's going to be here. I'm not me. I'm stronger than the thing hitting me or something. So now I'm not who I was a second ago. I'm a person who is less scared of abuse. Is that...
that's
And there has to be a reason to life. And there's a part of you that hurts, and there's some, you want to be protected. So there's also the manifestation of the part of you that's scared and innocent and that doesn't want to be hurt. So you're like, I'll protect you. But it's all the same person.
okay.
This is the narrative that I have developed based on the different people I've talked to, or the different things that I've watched pertaining to, not like fucking movies and shit, but old what are they called when doctors record fucking patients?
Oh, like laboratory
It's not like
results.
Yeah, it's not like a documentary. It's more like just
experimental data.
Yeah. Things written about stuff, or like police interviewing these people when something happens, and the kind of information that different people try to get from these people. Also, there was a few like Ricky Lake and Jenny Jones. They would Geraldo. They would try to talk to these kinds of people back in like the 80s. So there's a lot of different ways that these people have talked about this stuff, but it all culminates into the development of personalities based on a level of survival, but also thrival. Different circumstances made different characters. Rapey people sometimes, or raped people. They didn't do the raping. Raping. That was the director of the Chinaman movie.
Raping.
One of the 600 producers and editors.
Co-producer.
Executive producer. Co-producer to the executive producer. Fucking...
Yeah, assistant co-producer.
The people who get fondled or raped, sometimes they become the thing that likes it, or the thing that there's a dilemma, a split between the person who's enjoying it and the person who's not enjoying it. Because if you have it done so long and this is how your father fucking shows you affection, there's a confusion there. But there's also the people who like it on the outside versus the ones who just try to make themselves like it on the inside. There's people who, whatever way they explain their fucking trauma, it can develop into different types of personalities. Children have strange ways of coping. Now, unless there's almost a retardation, I don't see anybody as having these split personalities. There's too much self-awareness. There's a self-awareness that comes automatically from putting on makeup because you're gonna be on a video. You made that decision to do that. You went out and bought the things. All of that slowly develops into an awareness. That all you're doing now is preventing your awareness. The person who went to I like Minnie Mouse. I let my abused self as a 40-year-old. She dated the Trisha Paytas chick. It's fake. It's something that she has held on to and she has not tried to not hold on to. So now she defends it. When you're an adult, you've got to shed that stuff away. And there was a lot of people like in Jenny Jones days, where they would talk about their abuses and talk about how they used to split, but also talk about what they did to not split. That they having to function as a member of society, quote unquote, does not allow you to be fucking, I'm gonna go to the thing with the Minnie Mouse. It's only because people allow it now. There was like a forced growth, I feel like, for me, for other people.
almost an intolerance of.
Yeah. So people either kill themselves, go crazier, or you realize that there are two different states that you see right now, and you could be that what you are is not what you think it is. That I went through something traumatic. These people don't understand. However, these things in my head, I know that they're me. You know that they're you when you have to go through all these steps to be schizophrenic. I know that if I sit here and look at this certain picture, that I can let somebody else out, and I start shaking and I start doing these things. They're doing exorcism stuff. They're doing like trance stuff. People who go to church and go outside and eat fucking grass like a cow because they were told to. The ones playing with snakes. The ones doing, I'm talking to God in my own tongue. There's all, your brain screams for reason. If that is not true for anyone else but me, then there's something special about me. Could there be something special about me? I fucking doubt it. Even a lot of these children, they were forced out of the split personality thing by doctors or by therapists, where they it's almost like it's just a brainwashing, going, you're not this, you're not this, you're not this. And then you watch them talk and watch how instead of doing those voices or turning into those people, they're just feeling the immense fucking hurt they felt when they split in the first place. Or talking about the things that they don't remember, or talking about the things that they do remember, the vague memories. And the things that stop them, it's all anger and hurt. But there's, to have as much hurt as it would take to go onto the internet and tell everybody that, show them you enjoying fucking Disneyland, to have interviews with people where you're like, oh, you want to talk to one of these people? Let me try to get him out. I think that would cause an absolute split from, this is a thing I'm experiencing by myself, and this is a thing that I'm now advertising to people.
Yeah.
I can't see how the brain would not hear those instincts. Because it happened to me. And guess what? It wasn't God, and I found out the hard way. Just like fucking this Abraham bullshit. Just like fucking Isaac and Ishmael. No, send him out. It'll be fine.
Very good. Back to me.
I'm talking about the one before.
Oh. Oh yeah, with Ishmael. Sorry.
Your kid will be fine. He's gonna have 12 nations. This is where he belongs. Should we keep reading?
Yeah.
So, instead of sacrificing his son, oh, you're in God's favor now. I'm talking to God, but I'm talking to an angel, but it's also God talking to me, but it's also an angel talking to me. So, instead of holocausting his child, he holocausted a male goat, right? A ram.
Yeah.
Abraham named the site Yahweh Yireh. Hence now people say, on the mountain the Lord will see. No, he won't. Shut up. again, the Lord's messenger called to Abraham from heaven. So he didn't know. The first time, let's see, took out the knife. Don't lay your hands on the boy, said the messenger. Oh, called to him from heaven. Okay, called Abraham from heaven and said, I swear by myself, declares the Lord, that because you acted as you did in not withholding from me, your beloved son. So now Lord's messenger is now not God. So in the imagination, I mean, this is something that we don't create, but something that is created by way of us, that has its foot on the gas pedal and its hands on the steering wheel. If you are not understanding it in a certain perspective, it will manifest however it wants. So right now we're seeing it manifest however it wants. It's God, it's the messenger. It's the God, it's the messenger. I will bless you, blah, blah. Withholding from me your beloved son, I will bless you abundantly. So somebody explain to me what the fucking angel is then. Just from this point. Let's start from here. There were cherubs that fucking were now, they weren't there before because Eve had a fine time going to the fucking tree of knowledge or whatever. And so did the snake. Then he fucking put little babies or something with bows and arrows to defend, and flaming swords to defend the tree of knowledge from who? It was both. They were both kind of like close to each other or whatever, but or maybe yeah, they did it was defending the tree of life because now that they knew the truth, now that they could see that they were naked, they were self-aware, nothing would stop them from having life to be like a god and live forever, whatever. So probably the tree of life. There was the angels with Lot. There was some messenger that talked to Hagar twice. And there's these angels. So, and they're all in different, one where people were walking in the street. This one's calling from heaven. It's a whole bunch of chaos. So when and in these specific times, when as a wee boo boo, your beloved son, do not touch. Nope, where were we? Called to Abraham and the Lord's messenger. So it doesn't say an angel, now it's just a messenger, right? Talked to Abraham from heaven and said, I swear by myself, declares the Lord. So is this thing the Lord's messenger or the Lord? Lord, Lord, Lord.
Like a Gould.
So quickly, why would you even fucking... Why would he do that when he could do the other thing? I remember watching that guy who was like, what did these angels in Revelation look like? Wheels and turning and blah, blah, blah. He went to school for this shit. No wonder he probably just feels he's confused and whatever he says, as long as he could get like a doctorate thing. Aww. Oh. You're so cute. He wants to get up. Sit on his shoulders. That's how he wants to be held?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh. Long story short, that dude wastes his time. He wasted years of his life, thousands of dollars, to learn nothing. If he doesn't understand the power and the destruction that has arisen from this book, then he ain't learned shit in school. Okay, so you know how to draw a fucking wheel with a bunch of eyes. That don't impress me much.
What else?
Not interpret the Bible, that's for fucking sure, because he can't relate it to the people. If you're not relating the Bible to the people of the day of the Bible, then you will not see Nazi. Oh my god, is that why what a coincidence, not see that the Nazis weren't the enemy. Aren't the enemy.
That's almost like...
Yeah. Man, every time I think about the fact that I didn't see the whole time, the first time I read 1984, the second time, the third time I read 1984, and then with you, you're the one that had to fucking show it to me. If it's called Big Brother's Watching, why would you stupid asshole, why would you join a organization that plans to take down Big Brother by naming it Brotherhood? In plain sight, to show maybe how small Winston's world was. Tom World was. Oh, fuck. This book's making me horny. This... You didn't give me the look I expected.
I thought about your thumbnail.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, maybe having 2 daughters and all. I'm glad you didn't give me the reaction I expected. Oh? Well, it just turns... I just so happens that I just took off my pants and I have a raging hard on. What a coincidence. Nope, not this time.
For the first time in 20 minutes.
I have made it go back into its little hidey holers. So, now that we've talked about your penis, I guess we're done here.
Close up shop. There's nothing left to talk about. The internet's over, essentially.
Yeah! Oh, we solved the puzzle. Everybody can fucking take their eternal rest.
There's no more patterns to find. Everything's been figured out.
I'm pretty satisfied. I mean... Alright, later. No. Can I have the water? I am not gonna freaking stop in the middle of a chapter. Not for your penis, especially not for anyone's penis.
That's terrorism.
I'll show you terrorism. I have no farts. I thought maybe I could conjure a fart or conjure even words to make up that I don't have farts. But I failed miserably. fucking, I don't remember what we were gonna say, so I guess I should just read. There's the direction of language. Was that what it would be called? So the Lord's messenger said to Abraham, I swear by myself. So that's like, I swear to God.
God, I swear to God.
I swear to God,
I swear to
declares the Lord. I swear to God, declares God, and I am God saying this.
Swear to me.
I, God, swear to God, which is me, declares me that because you...
I God, therefore I am.
I, God, therefore I am. Ooh, that's a good one. Fucking. And it's just like some crippled kid, Egyptian pharaoh, King Tut, with his fucking bolt leg and scabies, dying at fucking 18 of infant or fetal alcohol syndrome or some shit, you know? Something that he should have died a long time ago from. Something thicket, wrong word, declares the Lord, that because you acted as you did in not withholding from me your beloved son, so the Lord's messenger, who is the Lord, so God is God's messenger. That is what we have to, what else could we conclude?
I guess the same thing with Jesus. Jesus is Lord. Like, there's...
Which is stupid because Jesus, I thought God wasn't seen. Jesus is the son, but he's also... Is Jesus Lord but not God? Or people just make up fucking names and give, racism?
They're both.
Who's they? Both of them. Both of who? Them.
The Brotherhood.
Fucking Christ. I will, you act and not withholding from me your beloved son, I will bless you abundantly and make your descendants as countless as the stars in the sky and the sands of the seashore. Your descendants shall take possession of the gates of their enemies, and in your descendants all the nations of the earth shall find blessing. All this because you obeyed my command. So he said this already. He already promised this from the last Holocaust.
Yeah, this doesn't seem anything new.
The only thing that's different is that the son, so God just wanted to keep testing him, go out into the middle of nowhere, Holocaust me fucking like 2 chickens, some fish, a cow, a number 9 with cheese, and wait for me there. So he's fending off the birds, getting fucking hungry or something. Night comes and he's scared, and everything gets spooky, and that's when God shows up. And he's like, you see all these stars in the sky? Your nations are going to be as countless as them. He said the same fucking thing twice.
Yeah.
And this is the story that makes Judaism claim, people who believe in Judaism claim that they have rights to stuff, that God favors them. Well, let's test that. How are you gonna do it? Not giving them fucking money, that's for sure. Reasoning for yourself. Let's fucking test this. Let's see if God loves you more than me. Oh, it turns out that there is no God because he ain't coming down. Go ahead. Have him come down. Have him fucking strike me with lightning. Oh, what are you gonna do? Fucking have the government do it for you? That's cheating.
That's cheating.
Are you hurting or something?
Yeah, a little bit.
You just find any way to fidget that you can, I think. Even if your body has to make you hurt. It reminds me of Moomba a lot. He was very like, when he gets sad, he would just throw up constantly.
Oh man.
Yeah. His body was filled with weird shit too, like cancer, fucking tumors. He was experimented on, I think. He was in the adoption stuff in Canada, and they fucked with kids. There's proof that every country fucked with kids in every imaginable fucking way possible. You want proof? Look it up. They got it on their own fucking websites. Go to college, they'll tell you those stories and they'll make you learn from them. Sigmund Freud. I just want to space out until everybody stops being retarded. Let me know when that happens.
Is that what? Yeah, what September ends means?
No, wake me up before you go. No, that's gay. Wake me up when the madness ends. Or I'll be gone till November. Wyclef Jean.
Before and after Wyclef Jean-Luc Picard.
Oh, we should do that when he dies. Right? Because before and after. Or when one of them dies, there'll be the after one. What was that one we were thinking about before? Or I was thinking about before? Dang, did you not write it down? You were like, I'll remember. Jules. Julian. Book full of notes and...
No,
I knew you fucking didn't. Well, you ain't getting blessed abundantly, apparently. I'll bless you abundantly because you were just willing to kill your children. So there is no any mother in the universe, any father in the universe who's more important, or I guess anyone that does religion, who's more important, God or your son? If God told you to kill your son, would you do it? Or would you question what the fuck was going on? So they don't give a shit about anything. Anybody who is Christian, any Jew, any Muslim, they don't care about anything.
No.
And if they do care about something, they gotta revisit this and reconsider. It's like this pressure, like a vacuum of dumb. Because what are you gonna do? Well, the Palestinians are burning, right? Are you gonna try to convert them to not be fucking Muslim?
No way.
You want to separate them, isolate them from each other while it's a pressure tank of bullshit. But it's like your enemies, you practice the same religion as them. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
These stories similar to the Arab stories?
No. The Hadiths? Who knows where everything, even in the New Testament, it references and like tries to tell you what things mean in the Old Testament. So those things in Muslim do the same thing. However, If you say that your descendant is Abraham, you better read the original fucking story.
Yeah.
There ain't no fucking excuse.
I need to be proud of something that I was thing to be proud of.
How can you ever see that you're being dictated, that you're being controlled, if you can't see how similar yet how different your religions are? You can't follow the trends. You can't see the contradiction in believing the same thing as your enemy. If you all came from Abraham, what makes and either of you different from each other? Time. That's stupid. So it's okay to hate your brother. Your blood brother. It's okay to hate your grandpa. It's okay to hate your ancestors. But you're always going back trying to see how different you are. Oh, see, I come from Ham, you come from Shem.
And
That's all bullshit and confusion and stupid.
that's why you're the slave and I'm not.
Mm-hmm. All these fucking scholars throughout all these years, all these different religions, all these fucking different colleges, all these smarts and intelligence, and I can think they debate what the hell any of this means all the time, wasting time. They're the dumb ones. And yet people are listening to them?
Carving out spaces in their mind and their daily lives for it.
Killing, having, sacrificing, committing holocausts on their own children.
Yeah.
So what's so great about Abraham not doing that if you're doing it now? You just can do it now because he didn't do it then, right? Listen, motherfucker, this is like the 8th covenant. He just kept doing this thing. He was like ritualistically creating God in his head by saying, I'm gonna cut off my dick, I'm gonna burn these fucking dogs and cows at night, I'm gonna fucking give my kid for this shit.
Yeah, there's...
He was measuring this mother. It's like a story of someone measuring the extent to which they will define God instead of the extent to which they will explore this space in their mind. You look confused, sorry.
I think I know what you mean. I was trying to put it in my own words.
Holy shit. If I were to sit here and say what I said in my own words, maybe 100 different ways,
Yeah.
does that leave anybody any room to say it this a different way in their own words?
If you say it in a whole bunch of ways, does it leave room for other people to say it in
their own way?
One more time.
Sorry, I'm putting a lot of things in front of you at once. If I say something 100 different ways,
Yeah.
does that leave any room for anyone else to say what I said, repeat what I said in their own way?
No.
So can you control all the words or something? Like you know how people do copyright things? If I make every song, if I write every number combination of something? Could you just like control the narrative of things? The narration of things?
Ah, that makes sense.
Because to say things in my own words is important for me to understand.
Yeah. So if there was a way to control a word that would
If
use
it could only lead to what I've said to describe a thing. I don't know, that's just a weird thing that I was thinking of, because then how do you let people get smart? Yeah, I don't know why you did that. At some point, we're gonna need more stuff anyway, because we're getting low on oh, there's a hole. You put coins in there. Or a bunch of cat hair.
Ooh, excellent.
Make it nice and warm.
Yeah. Smell
Oh.
like pee. Favorite.
Well, the other thing we were talking about, I forgot.
So I don't think there's room for people to have thought, say words in their own way. So I think you say it all the different ways.
So say I say one thing, and 10 people understand it,
Okay.
and all those 10 people say it in a different way when they relay it to someone else. Eventually, there's going to be people who there's not enough ways to say something.
Yeah, because there's only a set number of words that you could use to say the thing correctly.
Say the thing most exact to
Yeah.
its original.
Yeah.
Mm.
A lot more.
Come a lot more.
What is?
So they would just have to. Maybe this is what happens with like these poets and shit. Except maybe a little in reverse, because they're telling these stories and people forget. They lose like some of the meaning, so they interchange words, or one word that was used, now you speak a different language kind of 100 years later.
Yeah.
So you're using a different word to describe to the people that exist now, and it's not as exact as
People in Greece have got, you know, so and then like you go to Assyria or something,
mm-hmm.
you go to Thrace, the language is different. So, well, you don't have a word for this, so I'll adopt that, or
Yeah.
something. Oh, in your language, this means
The best thing to do is just buckle up for now, for the present.
buckle up.
Yeah, instead of letting yourself stretch through time and trying to. A lot of people, like when they're like, why don't you read this book and that book so that you understand my sentiments?
Oh, yeah.
It's almost like you're not giving yourself the chance to conquer those words. Maybe that's the next place to conquer. Describing truth with words. How many ways can you describe truth with words? The best way. What competition do I have right now?
Everybody seems to run away from it.
Yeah. Just interesting shit to think about. What if it is a matter of conquering the world with words? That's why people want to stop you. YouTube, fucking Twitter, fucking jobs, the government. What a bunch of faggots. Okay. Are you gonna put it on a plate? Maybe bring one just in case I want one. Okay. And can I have some tea? Do we still have tea? No. So when it comes to conquering the world with words, people want to grab onto words. Why don't you read this book? Why don't you know this stuff so that you understand my sentiments?
Yeah.
What would happen if those people existed? Would people want to be closer to those people? Want to give that person the best opportunity to now say more words? Because eventually you can't keep up with these people. And then they get lost to time. Nobody understands Plato right now.
No.
I bet you not a single fucking... I would challenge anyone to challenge my understanding of anything that I understand. Be it Plato, the Bible, fucking, I don't know, PewDiePie, some shit. I don't know. Yeah, he's a fucking bitch. He's holding on to something that he doesn't understand. Oh, hello. Oh, I thought there was a kitty there. It looks like they need water, too.
Okay, I will. Food for us first.
Okay. They're not gonna starve or drown, with what they got now. Maybe, you know, because their stuff is all the way back there. Maybe if we have to take a pre-break, yeah.
Yeah, you got it. I get your wife. Does that count as tactics?
Yeah.
Because, well, what's the enemy?
Maybe strategy. Is strategy tactics? What's the other thing? What's the opposite of strategy or tactics?
Selflessness,
No, I wouldn't say. I would have never said that the opposite of tactics is selflessness.
Get somebody to do something. Tactics. That act.
Damn, what did we say? It was tactics versus something. Then we would know what we were measuring. Okay. If it was tactics, well, is there a difference between tactics and strategy? Strategy seems like a more appropriate word.
Strategy, when to use a particular tactic.
It's implementing something that I'd rather not call tactic right now. Because it's not like against something. It's just...
Against a hurt, you don't want.
Like an organization. Yeah, I guess it's also against a hurt.
Yeah, you don't want this hurt that. You didn't want me to spend more time away from the microphone.
Yeah, because we're doing, I guess.
So you're like, never mind. The cats need stuff. They don't need it right now.
Yeah. Having to pause again, or do you? I would say it doesn't matter. Okay. Love you, miss you, one piece. Oh. We were finishing up that because Abraham loved God more than his own son for some stupid reason. Love the crazy voice in your head. Descendants shall take possession of the gates of their enemies, and in your descendants all the nations of the earth shall find blessing. All this because you obeyed my command. Abraham then returned to his servants, and they set out together for Beersheba, where Abraham made his home. The end. The Bible's over. Are you microwaving it? Oh, okay. Or you, because I heard the noise, you thought I was wondering about it? Oh. You know me so well. I'm not observant as you think I am. That's a lie. We're doing something with some guy named Nahor now. Nahor. Sometime afterward, the news came to Abraham. Milcah has borne sons to your brother Nahor. Uz, his firstborn, his brother Booz, and Kemuel, the father of Aram. Chest, Hazo, Pildash, Jidlaph, and Bethuel. Bethuel came the father of Rebekah. Now we're on fucking family trees again. So he got all this news at once. This bitch had fucking 12 kids, and he's just hearing about every single one of them now. Bethuel came the father of Rebekah. These 8 Milcah bore to Abraham's brother Nahor. Is that his sister, Milcah? His concubine, whose name was Rumah, also bore children. Oh, so he had 2 fucking women too. Did he need God's fucking permission? This is all very sketchy. What does it say that you follow people who had to do incest? I guess they didn't have to do incest. They just wanted to keep their shit in their line. Just like Cleopatra and Tut's fucking incestuous ass family. How can you respect these people that they didn't want to burden their royalty line with the have-nots? And you're bitching about fucking George Floyd? Ugh. Chapter 23. Let's find out. A 1, a 2, Are we still in? Oh my goodness. Well, I'd say more than it might be worth counting right now. Maybe not. Annotation. Oh, that's an annotation page. Oh shit, there were annotations that we could have read. Apparently, I can't see them. Jacob's stratagem was based on the widespread notion amongst Jacob. Where's the oh my goodness, there's so many annotations. This verse seems to be out of place. It would fit better after Eve is related to the Hebrew word hay, living. I doubt it. The above rendering is based on the ancient Greek version. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna go back and read all this shit. To the relatively late priestly document, it's based on a very ancient tradition. Primary purpose is to bridge the genealogical gap between Adam and Abraham. So it's meant to bridge the gap between Adam and Abraham, whatever this thing is talking about. That sounds like they're just making shit up.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Could you stick that over there? Yeah. So where are the annotations? Are they just like these? I thought that's how people fucking how people just numbered everything. Is it just things are getting numbered? 5, 1, 2, 32?
I thought it was like every 30 lines or something like that.
Yeah, it's... So what annotations are we looking out for? Maybe I'll have to... So the very first one is 1, 1 to 2, 4A. If we were to go all the way back to the beginning... Whoops. To beginning. This is just talking some shit. Chapter 1. Just in a weird place in the book. The first story of creation. So this says that it's 3, comma 20. Is that this 3? Then God said, "Let there be light." This verse seems to be at nope. The first one is this section 1, 1 to 2, 4A. So we're skipping 3. Section introduces the whole Pentateuch. It shows how God brought an orderly universe out of primordial chaos. Okay, so I'm gonna say fuck these annotations then. For the most part, maybe they could, if we're looking for like some sort of historical reference, it might have it here.
Okay.
But it's very opinionated. It was a very subjective thing to say. Introduces whatever the whole Pentateuch is. It shows... No, we're reading it. It doesn't show anything.
Tell me what it is.
Yeah, it's just telling me what it is instead of giving me information to know what it is for myself. It brought orderly universe out of primordial chaos. No, because good existed before him. An orderly universe. And how do we know that it was primordial chaos? That's a very assumptuous term, I think, to use.
When did that get defined?
Yeah. Fucking, I guess, the Big Bang. Whenever Reader's Digest fucking decided. I like how saucy it is. This thing ain't fucking moving. Come on. I'll eat you too, motherfucker. Yum, yum, yum. Oh, it's disgusting to eat during a live stream. No, you're just gay.
If you were eating this pizza.
Wasn't he at some point like sucking on a hot dog?
Probably.
It's arbitrary. Dudes love arbitrary lines. Whatever they feel like, and make it feel, they feel justified and good. And it's like, how powerful would you be if you just, instead of just defending opinion, you defended objective reality and nothing to do with opinion? I don't give a shit, you know? To put worth into something that could or could not be true, it's worth more, worth more, to ponder and weigh and be able to, is there a true way to do this thing? For eating, live streaming? Fuck no. So many different formats, so many different understandings, so many different ways people like to hear things. Oh, I love it when you chew. I love to hear you wheeze.
Yeah.
Though nothing should really be sexual. I'm gonna do you a little dirty and eat this little tip.
My tip.
Because it looked tasty. If you want some of that, that was more tomato sauce and...
You just Jewed
Oh,
Big
yeah, I
pizza.
circumcised your fucking pizza tip.
Yeah.
Well, at least it's not crying, so I imagine it doesn't feel pain. I don't even think fucking Adam Savage could prove a tree hurt, right? Why don't you just ask Jesus? That's what they should have done.
Or Jeebus.
Anybody who answers, just listen, I guess. Oh, when you're done, or when your fat, greasy fingers lets go of that pizza, could I have some water? Thank you. That was quicker than I expected. No, that's a joke. Your fingers were still greasy, but that's okay. You're a guy. What am I gonna do? I guess I'll just have to smell your dirty butthole.
You leave it everywhere.
On the counters? That's the worst.
Is that your butthole on the socks? Is that your butthole on the bed?
God damn it, it's under the pillow cushions again. I knew something fucking stank.
Behind the headboard.
Keep your butthole to yourself. I lost the... Oh, it's over there. That's fine. So, his brother had a bunch of fucking brothers. Or his sister? Because he said Milka. Milka, too, has born sons. So it seems like there's a whole bunch of people. It's not because, like, God or whatever. It's because they... Maybe it was him wondering if he's justifying in his head why he should have 2 wives, or be take what's his name, Hagar. He's justifying why it's best to take Hagar because he needed children instead of it just happening because the DNA has to get bigger, I guess. Men have to fuck more women to have fucking distractions. Everything is a distraction.
Your genes.
Yeah, to get the more in the DNA or whatever, because your brother or your daughter and your son could have sex with each other and make babies, and it'd be less risky because they had different mothers. But you know what they weren't willing to do? Have those women have sex with other men?
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're Abraham and you're tricking a
pharaoh.
Uh-huh. That's gay. Chapter 23. Purchase of a burial place. The span of Sarah's life was 127 years. She died in Kiriath Arba. This is Hebron, in the land of Canaan. So now they're in Canaan, and I thought that's where the Ham kids would be, right? So, but they were also going to be like slaves or whatever. So, is Abraham's people actually the slaves that came to be? Because so this God person, hold up. It's like people just aren't reading it, but they are. It is still like these are the Canaanites. So nobody is really an ancestor of Abraham. Because the Canaanites were eliminated. If any exist at all today, does anybody identify as a Canaanite? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would imagine so. So Sarah dies, and at 127, and Abraham. So this child wasn't very old. Their kid together, because she was 100, or so, or maybe she was 90.
93 or something like that when she told she was gonna have a kid. So he's late 20s, early 30s, something like that.
Abraham performed the customary mourning rites for her. Who cares? You have to like attach yourself to that pain with ceremonies because you can't just hurt. It's not pain, it's just doing the customary thing. Then he left the side of his dead one. So he did the thing and left. Then he left the side of his dead one, not his dead wife, his beloved wife, not the mother of his child or his dead one. Does he have other wives now? And you know what? You could probably they probably didn't want to. My genes are more in my sister than some hoochie. So I don't desire anybody from another city, even if they may be wealthy or whatever, we can trade or something, because I don't care. I can get mine. But my genes, I don't want you to have nothing. I don't like your genes. I like my genes. So I want to have sex with my sister and be married to her because she's more like me than anybody else. Well, my brothers are more like me, but I keep trying to fuck them in the butt and there's no babies coming out.
I don't know what's wrong with them. I keep hitting them, but butt babies.
Left the side of his dead one and addressed the Hittites. Are you okay?
Hittites, yeah.
Although, what?
I was looking at that map.
Although I am a resident alien, he
He
said the thing.
He did.
That's fucking weird, isn't it? Especially since you just started trying to watch that.
Yeah.
Although I am a resident alien among you, sell me from your holding a piece of... God damn it. A piece of pizza that falls out of my mouth. So, pretty close. So many people, eventually... The Salt Sea. Eventually, these people get so big that they spread so far, like cities, but that don't go all the way up, and people just keep extinguishing each other. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Sell me from your holding a piece of property for a burial ground, that I might bury my dead wife. I thought you already did. Perform the mourning rites for her. Okay, so I guess that's not a burial. So he's going to another place because now there are Hittites where he used to be. At some point, right?
So
Why were they in the Hittites territory when she died? Does he not have... He seems to be roaming around everywhere.
yeah.
Like, he doesn't have...
He's like a wanderer. Want to have a place to settle down and have your home. Farm. You got servants.
Philistine. That's where Abramok was, or Abiramok. The king, the second king that
Yeah, the one that who he tricked or whatever.
Yeah. Abilamok. So, did people get along okay at this point? They weren't just completely... It was probably a point where they were closing in on each other because the territories were getting too big. I would imagine. And people settled in places and spread out. Who did they belong to? New things? I don't know. Oh, this is all crazy.
All the work you got to do to sort out the fucking crazy. We're only a couple pages into this.
Yeah. There shouldn't be so much chaos in just a tiny clip of words. I'm a resident alien. He's a resident alien wherever he goes.
Yeah.
Sell me from your holding a piece of property for a burial ground, that I may bury my dead wife. That's interesting that they would have that kind of language then. It's like, no. Nobody wants to give you nothing. I find it strange that somebody would be willing to give anything. I mean, these were people that just were randomly getting bigger, conquered, not conquered.
Yeah, why should I give you something? Not God fearing.
Yeah.
Here, have some God fear.
Yeah.
Usually get that by sleeping with my dead wife.
Oh, yeah. Why didn't he just fucking, hey, here's my sister. Would you like her for 100 shekels?
She's a little dusty.
Smells a little bit. I left her butthole under the couch. Although I am a resident alien, the Hittites answered Abraham, "Please, sir, listen to us. You are an elect of God among us. Bury your dead in the choicest of your burial sites. None of us would deny you his burial ground for the burial of your dead." A little sussy pussy.
We give you the best, so you better give us the best. Is that what he's saying?
Is this a guy who's been like traveling? Oh, is he like the original poet? He's a guy that travels around. Everybody likes him. He's telling stories. He's part of a story.
That is interesting.
Yeah. You're an elective. Oh, and he has this influence with your story is God. So what is he telling these people about God? Abraham seems like a Jesus without the purpose that, people say Jesus has. Of like life, love, and truth, maybe.
Jesus tried to kill his own kid.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Bury your dead choices. None of us would deny you his burial ground for your burial of your dead. For the burial of your dead. Abraham, however, began to bow low before the local citizens. Yeah, okay. The local citizens, the Hittites, while he appealed to them. "If you will allow me room for burial of my dead, listen to me. Intercede for me with Ephron, son of Zohar, asking him to sell me the cave of Machpelah that he owns. So I'll give you, I'll buy this." And they're like, "No, we love you so much." Well, if you love me so much, do this for me. Is what I'm understanding. Yeah?
Yeah.
So he wants to live in a cave too?
That's where my lead.
So where is Zohar with the Hittites? Does everybody know each other so well that like these just random locals will sign a petition or something to let the senator of Zohar let him know that Abraham wants to buy a cave?
You asked that again. How did?
What would it matter that he wants the locals to talk to someone all the way in Zohar so that Abraham could buy a cave? Like, vouch for me, bros.
Yeah.
Weird. I'm done. Thank you. If you want it.
I do want those.
Okay. Sell me the cave of Machpelah that he owns. It's at the edge of his field. Let him sell it to me in your presence at its full price for a burial place. So he wants to use this cave. Again, there's more fucking cave allegories. Weird. Because Jesus cave, allegory cave, because I just said the word and it reminded me of...
Lot living in a cave.
He's like, I don't want anything... To be honest, I don't want to bury my wife in the Hittite place. I want this land. I guess. And everybody's got to be there to see it so everybody knows that it's mine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let you know. So everybody sees I didn't put it in a Hittite play. I want everybody to see that.
There's nothing up my sleeve. Now Ephron was present with the Hittites. So Ephron, the Hittite, so Zoar might be a Hittite place.
Okay.
If this guy of Zoar is a Hittite. And the hearing of the Hittites who sat on his... So Ephron the Hittite replied to Abraham in the hearing of the Hittites who sat on his town council. Please, sir, listen to me. I give you both the field and the cave in it. I thought he said no citizen would fucking not give you what you want. So why is he like, ooh, I'll pay full price? You heard it, right? He's not making me pay for anything, right? Please, sir, listen to me. I give you both the field and the cave in it, in the presence of my kinsmen. I make this gift. Bury your dead. But Abraham, after bowing low before the local citizens, addressed Ephron in the hearing of these men. Ah, if only you would please listen to me. I will pay you the price of the field. Accept it from me, that I may bury my dead there. Motherfucker, I told you don't have to. You can already bury your dead. I don't understand what you're saying. Ephron replied to Abraham, please, sir, listen to me. A piece of land worth 4,000 shekels of silver. No, 400 shekels of silver. Okay, so it's less than what Sarah was worth. A place of land worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that between you and me, as long as you can bury your dead? Abraham accepted Ephron's terms. He weighted out to him the silver that Ephron had stipulated in the hearing of the Hittites. Oh, wait, what? What? Please, sir, listen to me. Who said that I may... Ephraim replied, a piece of land worth 400 shekels. What is between you and me? So did he ask? It sounds like Ephron didn't ask for 400 shekels. He's like, it's worth 400 shekels, but what's the point of... What's 400 shekels between friends? You know what I mean?
Huh.
But Abram accepted the terms. I don't think... If only you would please listen to me. I will pay your price of the field. Accept it from me, that I may bury my dead. Ephron replied to Abraham, please, sir, listen to me. A piece of land worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that between you and me as long as you can bury your dead?
Yeah, that sounds like don't worry about it, bro.
It sounds like the Bible is the opposite of Plato. Where they're speaking what the other person is saying, but you can tell that the person narrating the story kind of is misunderstanding the situation that they're writing about.
So Socrates, understanding.
Yeah. Cause if this was Plato, when Ephron said, "Please, sir, listen to me. A piece of land worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that between you and me as long as you can bury your dead?" Abraham or Socrates would have been like, "Are you telling me that your land is worth 400 shekels?" Yes. Certainly. Is that how much I might give you to purchase this land to bury my wife? No. Please, sir, listen to me. What's 400 shekels between friends? I do not accept.
You said 400 shekels.
Yeah, well, he's saying the worth. It's almost like a trick, like, because you told me how much, this is very abracadabra-like. It's,
It's $500, but for you, I'll give you $300.
Yeah. Or like, what am I trying to think?
I'll cut you a deal.
Do you think this dress makes me look fat? Yes. So that means you think I'm fat. No, it's the dress. You asked me a question, and I told you the answer to that question, but that doesn't mean that disregards what I'm saying, that I don't need you to pay for this land. That's the kind of dumbass language in this book. Or maybe it's true that the secrets of the Bible, the secrets of the Bible, or the secrets of the universe are in the Bible. It's when you can understand this for what it is, you have reached fucking maximum overdrive.
If you get 5-star understanding.
Yeah. Playing 4D chess. Fuck that. I'm playing
The Bible.
69D chess. Well, I don't know if somebody would want that 69 part. That's the roundness of the individual wearing the bra. So if the 60 something would be like,
Have to be big old titties.
yeah, I mean, if it's the titty, that's the cup size though. How much other stuff you can fit? If you want something that loose because your titties are so big, you probably would do better, would be more comfortable with a bigger cup size. But, what do I know? I only wear a 68D. Could I have a bite of... Well, I was hoping that you would share maybe some of the best bites with me. Perhaps
it was
that one I want.
Go for a life.
Oh, it is too hot to get. I don't give a shit. Whoop.
Well, it was over there for both our safety.
I get it now. I'm on fire. I read, I don't know where it was, a couple of days ago, whatever. Somebody's talking about burns on someone who was
Burns.
This chick had burns because her boyfriend set her on fire.
Oh fuck.
They said this girl had third and fourth degree burns on over 70% of her body. I thought the degree is how much of your skin is burnt.
The percentage. Yeah, right. Square inch, square area.
Yeah, that's what
93% of your body.
I've heard. I've never. It's kind of like positive reinforcement can also be spanking if you're talking about psychology. So if you use that term positive reinforcement, it came from that. You can't just say positive reinforcement is like not beating them and hugging them and like encouraging them because positive, good. It's not like that. It's what you give and what you deny. Negative reinforcement is not giving them what they want or need. Ignoring them. Taking away something rather than giving. You can give spanks. You give fucking malls to the head too. Ooh. Shopping malls.
Nerf guns.
Yeah. It's still mad. I'm sure if you shoot a gun at a kid and it will feel sad eventually. It might be like ha 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 ha, but it'll go on and go on, and then they would eventually cry. Bunch of monkey ass niggas. No, listen to me.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Abraham accepted Ephron's terms. He weighed out the silver that Ephraim had stipulated in the hearing of the Hittites, 400 shekels of silver at the current market value. It's a very Jewish story, isn't it? It was a Jewish story.
Oh, it's with so much money.
Was there like a lower value of shekels? Because Sarah was fucking 3,000 and she was old. Okay. I'm all better for now. So, what I'm reading from this is that misinterpretation, this sleight of hand with words that makes it assume, or apparently has us assuming. I'm sure other people wouldn't see it this way. They're like, what are you talking about? You said 400. No. You don't understand nothing. And that's why you're a slave. Ooh, I want that piece. Would it be okay? Thank you. Nom, nom, nom. Had to eat 2 pizzas in one night.
Do it in 6 hours or whatever.
Mm-hmm. LA Beast here. I'm gonna be eating 2 pizzas exactly at the rate I want to. Have a good day. What an idiot. I wonder if eventually he'll just be like, I've seen the light and I can't do this now that I have a child. I wouldn't want my child to go through this. And I'd be like, you're so stunning and brave.
I'm going to try to talk about things.
Yeah, right. He can't talk about shit. He's so fucking brain dead. But I mean, what would he do? Talk about like old cornflakes? Relive the days of Crystal Pepsi?
Oh, just baseball cards.
Talk about fucking Ecto Cooler and what it was like to grow up in the 80s. Like, he'll turn into a dementia patient in no time. But if he keeps eating fucking Ecto Cooler from 20 years ago, he's gonna become that as well. So it's a catch-22. So this was a sleight of hand to show worth. That money is worth more than friends. Money is worth more than the admiration. And because Abraham had the money, he wanted to be above that admiration that people had for him for some reason, as a poet, maybe. And he traded that worth coincidentally with his wife. I will buy her the rock, the cave that I want to put her in. So, like, what was so great about that cave? Is that the first place that they kissed? Probably fucking not. Because they're from some other fucking place. What is going on?
The whole name meaning for her? Doubt it.
Hi, Socrates. Do you want to tell me that in English? Oops, sorry.
Did you want this piece?
Oh, yeah. You want some pizza? No. Num num num. I'm Amy's Baking Company. Meow meow meow. If she wasn't so retarded, I bet she could have talked to her cats. Not in the crazy way, but it is crazy the level of understanding females can have about animals and their patterns that they do that make them who they are, versus the contradiction of what other animals do. Or, oh my goodness! So now you're just gonna get fucking grease all over the bed, huh? Abandoned ship. I wouldn't mind having like one more piece whenever you are willing to share with me. Hmm. Thank you. Num num num. So we're making fancy places for some reason and trading shekels for death. For nice death places.
Starting to glorify death.
Yep. This may be the story of glorifying death, because you notice how we didn't talk about the other people really dying too much. It's just they lived to be 700 years old. They had all these sons, and they lived to be 700 years old, and then they lived to be 100 years old. And now we're talking about the glorification of death. Cult of death. And how much death is worth. Why? He didn't seem to have, we didn't hear any good relationship he had with his wife.
No.
Shekels. Thus, Ephron's field in Machpelah, facing Mimer, together with its cave, and all the trees anywhere within its limits, is that cave even there anymore? Was conveyed to Abraham by purchase in the presence of all the Hittites to make it more powerful. Abracadabra money is worth this much. Market value. His shit could have been free. But like, ooh, how much is this plot of land worth? Now that we have an exact number, we can process all the things that we do up until now. And it's like, this cave is worth about $60 billion, and it just so happens I live right here. Abraham was a bitch. He did it in front of all the Hittites who sat on Ephron's town council. After this transaction, Abraham buried his wife Sarah in the cave of the field of Machpelah, facing Mamre, that was 400 shekels, Hebron, in the land of Canaan. Oh, so it's a place where she's facing where she lived, instead of just, I don't know, burying her on your property.
I mean, if you're on the property, you can look at your own property, not just.
Maybe that's how he was trying to expand, because now my wife is here. Or look at me from afar, bitch. You dead bitch. Either way, it's very Cult of Death-ish. Yeah. And manipulating and using death for something nefarious.
Uh-huh.
Thus, the field with its cave was transferred from the Hittites to Abraham as a burial place. So he just expanded his territory.
Yep.
Wow, what did I say?
Call the wife.
Chapter 24. You good?
I think so.
To read at least one more?
I think so.
I'll let you play with my boobs.
Ooh.
Trade. Isaac and Rebecca. Abraham had now reached a ripe old age, about to fall off that tree. And the Lord had blessed him in every way.
Except for his dead wife and
having to move around, the lies and contradictions, the having to save Lot from things, the destruction of other things that...
pretending you gotta murder your own kid.
Oh, yeah, I'll make you go out I'll make you travel to these places and sell your wife, and fucking make you sit out in the middle of the night and trip balls fucking talking to me near carcasses. Oh,
but you're blessed.
You're blessed. God bless. That's like a curse. How dare you? I bless you. Like when you sneeze, I bless you. Abraham, every way. Abraham said to the senior servant of his household, who had charge of all his possessions. Not his son? I guess in charge, like, to fix everything and to clean everything. He was the top butler.
The top butt.
So he says this to his senior servant.
Okay.
Put your hand under my thigh.
Whoa.
And I will make you swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of earth, that you will not procure a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites among whom I live. But you'll go to my own land and to my kindred to get a wife for my son Isaac. So, didn't I tell you keeping it in the family?
Yep.
And what do you do under a man's thigh? What kind of fucking swearing is that?
Is that how much
Put your
is that?
put your middle finger in my butthole and swear to me.
Is that like touching the back of his leg? How
is he sitting? Is he just sitting maybe in just a chair? Maybe he's laying down.
Trust me.
Why would he be talking to his thigh?
Well, this is my thigh. Under is like just
That's under your calf.
Be touching his calf.
No. Putting your hand under the thigh? Oh, you mean like...
Under the thigh. How far under is under?
Well, I thought maybe his under thigh. But I guess it could be you put like the toe. Any part of me that's under my thigh, including the tip of my dick, if it's that long. Not anymore.
Weird way to measure.
How did they quote unquote perfect circumcisions? What is the best outcome of a circumcision? And how did people who were maybe not even sanitary, right? Yeah. Did they always wash their hands? They wash their feet, but you don't do circumcisions with your fucking feet. So they're cutting around the baby's dick. And maybe that's the reason there was so many dead babies. 'Cause of infection.
Oh man.
So let's stop the Africans doing it, but let's not stop everybody else. The doctors, the Jewish.
Oh.
Backwards.
Yeah. Let's not do that no more.
Draconian, fucking baboonish. Put your hand under my thigh, and I will make you swear by the Lord God, that you will not procure a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites among whom I live. So he's back in Canaan? Does he just have property in Philistine?
Philistine exists within Canaan.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Okay. So why he? Okay, and he's okay, and that's the second guy that he sold his wife to, because they were like, "Dude, bro, now that your God has let me," he did go in and I think he tricked an entire fucking town. Wow, is that fucking Jewish or what? Objectionably fucking the most Jewish.
Back up, Josie.
Objectionably. Also objectively.
Back up.
Is that my fucking macaroni everywhere? No, probably not. Or the pizza dough? I don't know, maybe. Maybe yesterday's fucking leftovers. Make you swear you'll go back to where I came from and get a wife for my son Isaac to keep it in the family. Right?
Yeah.
Because then who's to say that you're different from these Canaanites? You gotta know, is this like the way people conquered at some point? First it was like, wherever you are, people together, whatever. And now there's this new way to conquer by becoming like a cleric or a poet. That fear in people's mind, you filling that space, and that's what Jewish does now. That's what everybody does now. Wow. I mean, the diabolical plan is just written in black and white. So don't mess with anybody. Go get someone my son will be related to. Just like what happened in Egypt. And probably a lot of other places that I either don't remember or have not learned about. The servant asked him, "What if the woman is unwilling to follow me to this land? Should I then take your son back to the land from which you migrated? Never take my son back there for any reason." There always needs to be a Stark in Winterhold or Winterfell.
Oh man,
That is exactly what's going on.
kind of obvious to see where fucking George R.R. got his fucking those characters from.
Yeah. Maybe it's like the Cruel Angel. It's like the Leftovers. It's a story that says more than the writer thinks he's telling. I knew the plan all along. No, you didn't, you fat idiot. Never take my son back there for any reason. Now he's setting up how he wants things to be after he dies. And he's like, maybe I can live, I'll be in heaven, I control it, I'm trying to control it now, so when I'm up looking from above, it'll be going as much as I can planned. And maybe because angels can come down and speak for God, I could be one of those angels or something. And I'm pretty sure he was in... No, that was Gabriel. Never mind. I thought it was in the Islam. Abraham told him, the Lord, the God of heaven, but not of earth, who took me from my father's house and the land of my kin. Maybe it was just his evil. Like, this is how you take shit over. This is the stratagem by which you spread yourself and conquer and manipulate and learn through that. Because if not, you'll be infighting like the Egyptians.
This guy's old as fuck, being manipulative and shitty.
Yeah. He learned. He's been learning for 100 years or so. 120 something years at least. God, who took me from my father's house and the land of my kin, and who confirmed by oath the promise he then made me. I will give this land to your descendants. He will send his messenger before you, and you will obtain a wife for my son there. Wow. What kind of... I mean, this still works for people where they're like, I talk to God and he says you're a dick. You gotta give me money or do something else. It's the same shit going on that he's like, yeah, I talked to God and he told me. We didn't get this conversation. He's just telling his servant, no, I talked to... God damn it, Socrates, have you no respect for anything? Just step and crush on everything. Ugh. I'll never have another one of these pictures. I'm never gonna have a fucking green or black room again, whatever. Those chemicals is dangerous, I bet. So, the God totally told me that I should send you to get my son a wife. If the woman is unwilling to follow you, you will be released from this oath. But never take my son back there. So the servant put his hand under the thigh of his master, Abraham, and swore to him in this undertaking. So your son will just never get... He's lying. That whole ending part, like, it's okay, then you don't have to take this oath, or you're absolved of the oath you take if she won't come back with you. Yeah, right. He was like, drag that bitch by her fucking cunt hair if you have to.
Do whatever you gotta do. Tie your ass up.
Take the fucking army and tell my family I'm taking the hottest bitch here for my son. Who knows where the original went, if there was an original.
take no for an answer to make God mad, so she's gotta come here.
Yeah, he's gonna,
I
but
know.
also
Shut the
you
God.
have to convince because, God and everything. God will give you the power to fucking,
Why cheating?
yeah, until my son is of age to do it himself. The servant, holy shit, this is a pretty, this might be the final chapter. The chapter is pretty long. It's an entire page and a little bit. The servant then took 10 of his master's camels. So I thought he was supposed to do this later. Like when I die. Maybe not.
Still just planning things out.
Put your hand, and I will make you swear you will procure a wife for my son somewhere else. Well, no, nowhere else, but where I came from. So maybe he didn't say it directly. The servant then took 10 of his master's camels, and bearing all kinds of gifts from his master, he made his way to the city of Nahor in Aram Naharaim. So it's selling your child for stuff, of course. And everybody thinks it's okay when it's royalty, because that's just what you do. What else would you do? But they created this pattern of abuse that maybe it wasn't possible to not let this happen. But we can't just let it go.
Yeah,
and they did stupid. They could have gotten along then. But there was tricksters like Abraham.
Yeah. So we gotta learn from it. We can't just ignore that this was a possibility. If this is bad, then we like it.
Yeah, we have to judge whether this shit is good or bad. And if we don't do that, then we'll forever just be repeating history.
Yep.
You think she's gonna go out, or she just heard you get up and?
No.
Oh. Also fucking with the cat.
Yeah.
No, she wanted to go as normal. Okay, bring him lots of gifts to Nahor near evening, at the time when women go out to draw water. He made the camels kneel by the well outside the city. Ooh, he's flirting. This servant is like really trying to like show some sort of put on a show, make whatever they're offering more appealing.
Okay.
He's like using his brain to do something that Abraham couldn't do. Abraham couldn't do this shit? So there's a certain time where women go out to draw water. I wonder why. I wonder what motivated that.
Coolness, maybe.
Yeah, that's the only thing I could think of. But also, like, wolves? Is that a dangerous thing? I don't know. I guess they go together, so. He made the camels kneel by the well outside the city. Why is the well outside the city, I wonder? Then he prayed. Oh, he's just making the camels kneel to pray with him?
Oh, then he's showing off.
Yeah, oh, fucking whatever. Lord God of my master Abraham. So it's not his God, because he's a servant. He didn't get his dick cut. Let it turn out favorably. So it's not everybody's God.
I thought in this place you say whoever you get.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So why does he say, Lord God of my master, if there's only just one God? Why is that specifically what he said? That God of the master or whatever or he's like the Pope. Abraham seems to be the Pope that gets to talk to. Well, I don't get to talk. God doesn't talk to me, so you must have his favor. And then, but then eventually the psychosis is gonna have somebody else who's like, "Hey, I hear God."
Yeah.
Hmm. I wonder if it like the story of Abraham is also like, "Come on, get down." Oof, he's like in the computer. Oh, mamma mia. Um. Something. Oh, I wonder if the psychosis of God is like something you also pass down as a birthright. Like there is,
Your birthright.
yeah, that I tell these that I'm having all these talks with God, and that God is now with you. So whenever the opportunity strikes, that he will hear God eventually, if he's told he's gonna hear God, because we all have those processes in our head of good and evil, blah blah blah. Nah, I mean,
Yeah.
what are you thinking about?
Uh, that with the looking at stories in the context of people at the time, there's a lot of stories are, oh, he's just this could be he's thinking about this, he's thinking about that. It's just
Yeah, and there's not like a million different ways to interpret it, like some idiots would say. Oh, was Abraham actually talking to an alien, a Bigfoot transdimensional transsexual or some shit? So, why was I mentioning that? I got distracted by Kitten. Fucking, he never loves me like he loves you, but I'm glad that he gets to be that way with someone. I think I don't have good touches. I only know how to suck a mean dick, and that's the extent of my physical givingnesses. I can't scratch a chin. Certainly can't suck a cat's dick. I mean, what is that gonna do? I don't know what that would do. I don't know if cats would enjoy that, but is it really worth getting into? It's definitely not worth finding out. I mean,
is it worth flipping upside down about?
maybe.
Those pets were.
Oh, that made me think of that chick who had sex with that dolphin, or at least would
Oh yeah.
satisfy the dolphin because she felt bad. He was horny. She didn't know what to do. She was left alone. Yeah, and it's like your mind wanders. It's like, is this the right thing to do? Maybe that's the same thing with like Lot and his daughters, well, we were told we're supposed to have babies, so if we can't flirt with boys and do the thing that we're supposed to do, let's do it to our dad. And he's fucking weak and crazy. What the hell did you roll in? Ugh. Dusty boy. He turned from black to white. Ugh. What is this, crumbs?
Really? Probably.
I wouldn't put it past myself. Ugh. 1 second. Always get this like weird thing on my chest. Smells like bugs. It's like this blackhead that I've always gotten throughout my life. Guess it's just like a open thing that is gonna collect stuff until something develops there. Okay. What are we talking about? Going and fucking talking to God. I wonder if that fear of the unknown and stuff is what drew people to talk to God, probably, yes, but also bury, also, like, to, like, it's not so much for the person, but the trying to respect the process, the death thing that took the loved one or something, maybe. I don't know. Or something else I was gonna say before I was interrupted by that. Oh, sweet boy.
Unknown, so to understand it, they probably relate it to themselves. So
That's why they like kill things. They're like
personification.
yeah.
So like I would want someone to
Yeah. Watching death happen with holocausts and sacrifices, but also having children. That something in them, the way that they had children, the way that they wanted their line to go on. Abraham fucked his half sister, go get another relative there. Somehow, maybe even he has more than anybody there. It's like Borat going back to Kazakhstan or some shit, you know? Yeah. There's like a the wanting to keep it in the family, so it being closer to you versus like not versus uh hold on. Oh, and also wanting your doing that yourself and then wanting your son to do it. There's two different things. Did he have a choice when he lived in that village? It was just only the people that they knew, I guess, if that village was a village at all. It was just like your dad and the fucking all his wives and his wives' babies. So you pick one. Because the cousins weren't there, they had already separated. A whole fucking like weird way of even if it's not like Jewish, because this might not be Jewish people. This might just be a like story of a time where close to when kind of like a big bang or something where a family dispersed because there were too many of them or something and they wanted to expand, grow out, or maybe all the men did it at this point like monkeys or something. They were like growing into these things. It like a settler kind of thing. But the earliest kind of settler at least to a point. Oh, Noah says, "Oh, everybody else died, and I'm the first one." How do you have glitter on you? I haven't used glitter there in a millennium. To do a BRB, NLP.
We still got more to read, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll finish the chapter and then load the gun with 2 bullets. Oh my god, that's so romantic. People wanted to write about this though, right? So there has to be some sort of truth to it.
Yeah.
Is it good?
think so.
Or are they just beast? Beast.
If you want to be a better edgelord, you gotta get better at words, so you know how to more precisely irritate somebody.
Oh yeah. I'm such an edgelord that I don't even want to be an edgelord, and I am an edgelord. Can I have some of that? I was trying to think about something, doing stuff to penises, edging. I'm such an edgelord that I couldn't even make you edge, cause I'll make all the cum come out too fast.
Yeah, you don't really do.
That has nothing to do with you. That has all to do with me.
Yeah, I have no responsibility in that transaction.
I don't want to test that theory. That it's me, not you. Fucking have you fucking sleep with someone else.
No thanks.
Ugh. Am I ready for this? Taste the rainbow, man.
Or the breadcrumbs.
It's my favorite place to eat pizza. What am I gonna do? Okay. Where are we? We're in. What is it called? Blech. Dahor.
Dahor?
Dahor Nahor. The servant of Abraham is talking to Abraham's God and not his own.
This is the guy who's off on the quest to bring his son a wife?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, religion is weird. How do you just force people to get the voice out of their head and make it another one's? That's gotta. The history that will never be able to be told about that is hard to comprehend. How your mind could be taken over by different religions. Because people probably had their own religious things. Everybody had voices in their head. Maybe not everybody. Maybe it was only like they slowly popped up like popcorn. And somebody who makes you aware of your inside is like, whoa. But also, there's a point where people have their own shit, like Gauls and Roman or something, where it's like, how do you make them commingle with what you want? How do you just teach them like they did in Germany? They just took their history, took the parents away, took the children's history away, kind of isolated them from everything, and just taught them something different, forced them into schools or something. All of that is definitely the way things happen.
Yeah. Isolation seems to be a reoccurring technique thing that happens throughout time when people get conquered.
It's a strategy that works. Ugh. Alright, so he's by the watering hole. He's praying, Lord God of my master Abraham, let it turn out favorably for me today, and thus deal graciously with my master Abraham. So he doesn't have to talk to God like ever, but now that he's on a quest, he's got to talk to that specific God, right? Like, hey, your God. Was it, oh, if I'm worshiping someone else, I don't think my God would help me do the thing for another, I don't know. God, that's so much to consider. So many pieces to build and put together, like a 1,000,000-piece Lego set or something. Just to shape that fucking picture. And not just have all these questions if it would be like this, like this, like this.
Just to understand a stupid machine.
Yeah. Well, also understand thought process, I guess. Let shit turn out favorably and thus deal graciously with my master. While I stand here at the spring and the daughters of the townsmen are coming out to draw water, if I say to a girl, please lower your jug that I may drink, and she answers, take a drink, and let me give water to your camels too. Let her be the one whom you have decided upon for your servant Isaac. In this way I shall know that you have dealt graciously with my master. This is also another way to talk to God, the things in your head, is if this happens, then I know that I'm special, or that I know that you're real, or I know that there's something else going on.
Yeah.
Talk about the weird two thing, right?
Uh-huh.
That's how it started, I think, for me. So if this happens, then this, but also a lot of like crazy psychosis shit. Like, if somebody says this, which they're inevitably gonna, then it means that like the whole world hates me and I should kill myself or something. Something dark and like. So these are all this should be a psychology book. If psychologists, if any fucking person who went to school was fucking smart, they would look at this and try to understand human in this view and understand human in every view. While I can watch something and enjoy it, but also know like where it sits with people's behaviors, and also wonder about that stuff while I'm. It's probably better than watching the thing that I'm doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's how you had to watch The Leftovers, with this kind of thought for the human disposition, I guess. Stand here. So this is like a Jesus thing. It's see a woman that's selfless, I think. Or altruistic, that she would be willing to put in the work for the camels and for the guy, and then they would deserve, because that means we can manipulate them, not that they'll want for themselves, or maybe that's why women are the way that they are, because men are not going to take anything else. He had scarcely finished these words when Rebecca, who was born in Bethuel, son of Milcah. Oh, okay. So Milcah, Adam had gotten. You remember, Adam had gotten word that his sister / and also brother had children, and it was this one and this one and this one and this one, and then they had this one and this one and this one and this one.
Adam?
What? No.
I thought you said Adam. I was a little confused.
Abraham's sister and brother.
Yeah,
he got news that they had a bunch of kids, and also I think his brother also had kids with someone else.
Yeah.
How do they know that, or how does Abraham know that Nahor, wherever we are, didn't bring in other people and have sex with them? How does he know he's getting one from the sister brother combo and not the brother stranger combo, concubine?
Yeah.
So Rebecca was born to Bethuel, who was the son of Milcah. So time had passed. Rebecca is now old enough at least to carry a jug of water. Came out. Oh, the wife of Abraham's brother Nahor. So we're now at Milcah had Bethuel, and a generation went by, and now they have this group.
Okay.
So lots of time has passed since he got the word that his brother and sister had a bunch of fucking babies together. So Rebecca came out with a jug on her shoulder. The girl was very beautiful. A virgin, untouched by man. How the fuck do you know? She didn't get raped? You don't know. And how do you, like... Doesn't matter. I guess it's just spoiler alert, she was a virgin. She went down to the spring and filled her jug. As she came up, the servant ran toward her and said, "So this is a spring, not a well?"
That's what Abraham said.
What? No. What do you mean?
Or you're asking it's a spring, not a well.
Because it said near evening, go out to draw water. I assumed it was a well, I guess, because well ever.
Okay, Carol.
She went down to the spring and filled her jug. As she came up, the servant ran toward her and said, "Please give me a sip of water from your jug." "Take a drink, sir," she replied, and quickly lowering the jug onto her hand, she gave him a drink. When she had let him drink his fill, she said, "I will draw water for your camels too until they have drunk their fill." With that, she quickly emptied her jug into the... So there's a drinking trough here. Into the drinking trough and ran back to the well to draw more water. Is it a fucking spring or a well? Doesn't that matter? Like, at this point, people are like, spring, well, fucking... What does it matter? That's where we've gone with these poems, I think. Nobody goes to the spring now, maybe. You know, nobody goes to an open source of water that hasn't been dug up at this point that this has been written down. Maybe that's what this tells me, because it's so gay and retarded. Take a drink. Let me give water to your camels too. So, big strong man is not helping her, and not just, "Hey, can I borrow your jug?" She's just gonna do all that work.
Yep.
All right. So, went to the spring, take a drink. I'll give all the water your fucking stupid animals need. With that, she quickly emptied her jug into the trough and ran back to the well to draw more water, until she had drawn enough for all the camels. The man watched her the whole time, silently waiting to learn whether or not the Lord had made his errand successful. When the camels had finished drinking, the man took out a gold ring. A gold ring? Is that where gold rings come from? Weighing half a shekel. So there's still a system of currency that all of these people share. Do you think because Abraham, didn't he, maybe shekels is just what they use in
A certain.
like in the Hittite place?
Yeah, I was gonna say
Wait,
landscape, but not.
not the Hittite. No, the Hittites were using it, and also the Canaanites, the Philistines.
Were the different tribes somewhere else using that same currency? No.
Fuck.
What about the Egyptians?
Did he give any shekels? I don't know if they called it shekels yet. I think we just ran into shekels today. Hey, crackhead, are you doing okay?
Yeah.
We're almost through.
Okay.
Shekel. When the camels had finished drinking, watched her silently weigh whether our Lord had made his errand successful. Well, she said the same thing that he wanted to hear. So he knows about selflessness or whatever.
Yeah.
Or maybe a woman's desire to please or a woman's
Yeah.
feelings towards people and things. Shekel had the man took out a gold ring weighing half a shekel, which he fastened on her nose.
On her nose?
And 2 gold bracelets weighing 10 shekels, which he shackles?
Shackles?
Shekels?
It's close.
Too close to be a coincidence?
Money is imprisoning?
Yes. I would like to see where somebody says the root word for that. Maybe I'll look it up. Maybe I won't. Who gives a shit? Then he asked her, "Whose daughter are you? Tell me, please. And is there room in your father's house for us to spend the night?" Ew, creepy. So he just took the liberty of putting a ring in her nose. Was that a way of like submission kind of thing? Because that sounds painful.
Oh, yeah.
That's almost like circumcision.
Yeah, it's a mutilation.
I tried once. I don't remember how it happened. I pierced my nose and it was terrible and it was too painful. I also had the bull ring thing.
Uh-huh.
No, I didn't. I couldn't do the bull ring thing because I tried to do the nose. I had the thing in my septum, or not my whatever
the
this
thing
is.
between your eyes.
Yeah.
The bridge of your nose.
Oh God. No,
Anyway.
I never. I would still have that hole. I think if I've had so many fucking stupid things. Yeah, that is an abuse. My mother was gonna have my ears pierced when I was young, but she didn't for some reason. Probably because my dad smoked all that the money it takes to pierce your ears or some shit. I don't know.
She wanted you to have Prince Albert instead.
Oh God. So fucking why do people do that to their children? What gives you what makes you think that's a sane thing to do? It's probably this. We're waking up from the Matrix is thinking the Bible is something that it's not. And waking up from the Matrix is reading the Bible and going, "Holy shit, this is all bad."
Yeah. What are we doing?
And this is affecting all of our lives right now in every facet, in every way. Oh. She answered, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, whom she bore to Nahor. There is plenty of straw and fodder at our place. Oh, so you kind of just. What's fodder? Just like dirt you can sleep in?
Look it up.
She added, and room to spend the night. The man then bowed down and worshipped to the Lord, saying, Blessed be the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who has not let his constant kindness toward my master fail. Also, it was her. She offered it to you. And also, she's like, what are you doing? How did you even know my nose was pierced? She didn't have something in it before, or was it just like a ring that hung there?
Fodder says feed for livestock, raw materials as for artistic creation, a consumable, often inferior item or resource that is in demand and usually in abundant supply.
So it's like something. Can you speak louder? I can't hear you too much.
Feed for livestock.
Yeah, no, I heard most of that. So that could like feed the camels or whatever. I guess is the thing, right?
Yeah.
Where the fuck was I? Plenty of straw, blessed be. As for myself also, the Lord has led me straight to the house of my master's brother. Cool. You mean, is this fucking. This isn't Lot's, like, great or grand niece or something, is it? I wonder. He could have gone back. Why didn't he go back to his hometown to get something there, to get marriage there? Maybe it's showing that Lot sucked and Abraham was big and strong. I don't know. Or maybe it's they did things their own separate ways, but they're both okay because they're both Jewish. Then the girl ran off and told her mother's household about it. Now Rebecca had a brother named Laban James. As soon as he saw the ring and the bracelets on his sister Rebecca and heard her words about what the man had said to her, Laban rushed outside to the man at the spring. When he reached him, he was still standing by the camels at the spring. So he said to him, Come, blessed of the Lord. So everybody's chill with this God shit. It's like, oh, my master's fucking God, but it wouldn't be their God too. It's not just the God. See, it's so like he's surrounded by Abraham's family, but it's Abraham's God.
Certainly opens up a lot of questions.
Yeah. Answers ones I didn't know I had. How do they know what this tradition is? Is it because they did that in their own household? Like Sarah had the two bracelets, which are like shackles, huh?
Yeah.
Isn't that weird? And whatever the fucking nose thing is, I don't know what that means. You could just see it on their face.
Yeah.
It's part of their culture. It has nothing to do with abuse, right? Do you take this?
Yeah.
Said to him, Come, blessed of the Lord, why are you staying outside? when I have made the house ready for you, as well as a place for the camels. He was still standing by the camels, so he said, "Come, blessed of the Lord." Why? Okay, so I didn't skip anything. The man then went inside, and while the camels were being unloaded and provided with straw and fodder, are you falling? Are you okay?
Mm-hmm.
Man went outside. Water was brought to bathe his feet and the feet of the men who were with him. So he brought people with him? Did he say he brought people with him? Maybe. So they washed feet again, like the stupidest place to wash. How fucking upside down is that? Wash your penis. At least Jordan Peterstein said something right. Wash your penis. Why not wash your hands? Wash your face. Wash your neck. That would feel good.
Yeah.
But your feet? Pourquoi, monsieur? But it's supposed, in Jesus' time, it's supposed to be like a time, the thing of respect or something, to show respect. Or maybe it was just some backward ass practice. Right?
Right.
It is possible. It fucking sounds like it. Oh, please, Massa, let me fucking get that shit between your toes. Or maybe because they didn't wear shit, or they didn't wear the things outside, like the tents or whatever. They didn't wear their sandals.
That's the ashtray, baby.
So it's kind of like a Japanese thing, but their feet are gonna be fucking gross because they wear sandals and shit.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a way to keep the house clean. So it's like, if I come into your house, like, it's respectful to wash the feet, but what are you gonna do? Just say, "Hey, wash your feet before you come in."
Do it yourself. Wow, fuck you, it's your house. You wash my feet.
Maybe it's just to show how clean the people who are doing it are. Can you squeeze my phone like you were gonna before? But when the table was set for him, he said, "I will not eat until I have told my tale." "Do so," they replied. "I am Abraham's servant," he began. The Lord had "I am Abraham's servant," he began. "The Lord has blessed my master." Are you thinking about something? Oh, it looked like you were having thought and I didn't. Okay. "The Lord has blessed my master so abundantly that he has become a wealthy man. He has given him flocks and herds, silver and gold, male and female slaves, and camels and asses." No chickens? "My master's wife, Sarah, bore a son to my master in her old age." You mean like somebody else's frickin'? She's like part of that tribe too. "And he has given him everything he owns." My throat dry. "My master puts me under oath, saying, 'You shall not procure a wife for my son among the daughters of the Canaanites in whose land I live. Instead, you shall go to my father's house.'" Maybe that's how, like, the original kind of, maybe not original, but at some point, it people gained their power by going into other places, tricking them, saying, "Oh yeah, this is like Look, we're just buds. I'm hanging out. I own a piece of land, but you are your own thing, and it doesn't really matter because there's not like law yet per se because it's just community and just things of that nature. So they sneak in, and eventually you grow your family so big that you have all the say.
I mean, it's a very interesting tactic.
Yeah. Maybe it wasn't even, they didn't even mean to do it. It was just how people tried to separate and also gain power, or at least have like a big piece of your. Hey, please! Microphone looks like Frankenstein.
With the bolts on the side?
Yeah. Instead, you shall go to my father's house, to my own relatives, to get a wife for my son. When I asked my master, "What if the woman will not follow me?" he replied, "The Lord, in whose presence I have always walked, will send his messenger with you and make your errand successful." No, he didn't. We're playing telephone now. This doesn't sound like what Abraham said. I feel like he's saying something different, and we're watching telephone happen.
Where's Abraham originally from?
Nahor.
Where's his dad from?
Nahor.
Nahor isn't in the land of Canaan.
No.
Where is Nahor?
It was somewhere else. Fucking like somewhere around the. I don't remember. It was so long ago. Does it matter?
I would like to know. I don't know how much that matters, but like, is it you have to go east, you have to go north, like because there are people that came from Egypt at some point.
I don't know. Maybe more Egypt than where they are now. I don't know. But also, Ham was supposed to be like the originator of the Canaanites, but he didn't end up being there. So it's like all a bunch of confusing things. We'd have to like read this again and specifically walk through it, I think.
I guess in that case it don't matter for now.
Because there are maps, but there are a lot of words on each page, so we'd have to find that part and trace the things, the family lineage. I'll send a messenger with you and make your errand successful. No, he didn't. So now we're listening. This is an instance of inside and outside. So he says here, if I say to a girl, "Please lower your jug that I may drink," and she answers, "Take a drink, and then I'll give it to your camels too." Let her be the one that will be for Isaac. In this way I shall know that you have dealt graciously with my master. And then Rebecca comes around and does that thing. Da, 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 da. I will draw water for your camels too. She did it. Ran back and forth. The man watched her the whole time, silently waiting to learn whether or not the Lord had made his errand successful. So did he doubt God? I don't think God likes to be doubted. He didn't
No.
in Adam and Eve because
No.
he was like, "Don't eat this shit," and she did. Oh, you think I won't fuck you up, bitch? So now he's saying that I'm definitely gonna get this thing. He doesn't know that yet. He hasn't been. I think he knows that he's in a good situation because it's not that he has to. Oh, please let me convince you for this. It's they already welcomed him, just like Abraham's always welcomed in all these other places. So he knows how to take advantage of the opportunity, whether he knows it or not, maybe.
He's already in a good position.
Yeah. Abundantly, my master's wife. You shall go to what if the woman will. The Lord, in whose presence I have always walked, will send his messenger with you and make your errand successful. And so you will go get a wife for my son. Abraham didn't say that. He said you're absolved of your duty if the woman won't come back with you. He didn't say she's definitely coming back.
Yeah.
So we have 3 different words that say 3 different things that mean 3 different things.
A lot of contradictions. What is it?
Yep. Your errands, and so you will get a wife for my son from my own kindred of my father's house. Then you shall be released from my ban. If you visit my kindred and they refuse you, then too you shall be released from my ban.
Why? Because I'll probably kill you.
Yeah, right? So he said 2 different things, and we were not told 2 different things in that other story. And you know that they love saying the same thing over and over again. There's so many times where we've read a thing being said and then that same thing being said again.
Yeah.
With you I will go to the well. I will go to the well with you.
Yeah, all the time.
Then you shall be released from my ban. So what does that mean? Like he'll be a free slave? He'll be free from slavery? Because what is he going to be free from? He's succeeded, so you did it. It's almost like he's saying, if you do this, you'll get something, not just, if you do this, you'll have done this. And this thing, this treasure hunt will be over. I want people to be like, what? This is fucking crazy, you know? Because it can't just be me. This is the thing that runs countries.
Yeah, there's
The world.
you and I have a hard time placing where just how massive the insanity is.
Yeah. Like, this is the shit your parents abused you with. They changed your life for this stupidity.
were willing to have wars over it.
Babies are burning right now because of it.
People who believe this stuff are behind the wheels of the fucking cars that you
Yeah.
drive by all the fucking time.
They make your food. They bag your groceries. It's like they make those cars. It's how can you trust everybody if this? So you'll be released from my ban if you're successful, and if you're not, you'll also be released.
Does that mean he's not responsible for? Like
Well,
you won't be punished for failing at your task.
But he also won't be punished for not failing, if that's the case.
Yeah, just go and do it, whatever the outcome is. Just get.
But that's not it does. That's not what it sounds like it's saying. It's saying that you will be unburdened from something. Of course, if you succeed in something, you'll no longer have to succeed in that thing because you have done it. When I came to the spring today, I prayed, Lord God of my master Abraham, may it be your will to be successful, the errand I am engaged on. While I stand here at the spring, if I say to a young woman who comes to see, we're doing the repeating thing again. But so he can repeat this part, but repeat wrong that previous part.
Weird.
If I say to a young woman who comes out to draw water, please give me a little water from your jug, and she answers not only... What the frickin' dick was that? Ooh.
My book fell off the bed.
That scared the crap out of me. Can I have some water?
Mm-hmm.
Walter, please give me a little water. Give my goats some water. Not only may you have a drink. Oh, and she answers, not only may you have a drink, but I will give water to your camels too. Let her be the woman who the Lord has decided upon for my master's son. Did that change at all? Let's see. Let favorably, deal graciously. While I stand here and the daughters of the townsmen are coming out to draw water, if I say to a girl, please lower your drug that I may drink, and she answers, and let me give water to your camels too. Okay, so that has not changed at all. Not only, but your camels. Let her be the woman whom the Lord has decided upon for my master's son. I had scarcely finished saying this prayer to myself when Rebecca came out with a jug on her shoulder. Wow, he's repeating the story just as the narrator said it the first time. Just as, after she went down to the spring and drew water, I said to her, please let me have a drink. She quickly lowered the jug she was carrying and said, take a drink and let me bring water for your camels too. So I drank, and she wanted the camels also. Nope, she watered the camels also. When I asked her, whose daughter are you? She answered, the daughter of Bethuel, son of Nahor, born of Nahor by Milcah. So I put the ring on her nose and the bracelets on her wrists. Then I bowed down and worshipped to the Lord. blessing the Lord, the God of my master Abraham. You just put some shit on my fucking daughter's body. Like, that just seems.
Crossing the line.
Yeah, is it not crossing a line then where he would ask permission from the man at least first? You know what I mean? Like, that's not a punishable offense in this guy's eyes. Bound down, blessing the Lord, the God of my masters, who. Oh, so I put the things, and then I bowed down, who had led me on the right road to obtain the daughter of my master's kinsman for his son. If therefore you have in mind to show true loyalty to my master, let me know. Which one, God? Or if not, let me know too. Let me know that too. I can then proceed accordingly. LeBron and his household said in reply, so now everybody's talking again like in an anime at the same time. This thing comes from the Lord. We can say nothing to you either for or against it. Here is Rebecca ready for you. Take her with you, that she may become the wife of your master. So they're all like scared of God or something.
I guess so.
When Abraham's servant heard their answer, he bowed to the ground before the Lord, not to them. Then he brought out objects of silver and gold and articles of clothing and presented them to Rebecca. What? All that shit is for her? You could have fucking saved a whole bunch of time if that wasn't just for, what is that other, the trading. What? Who cares what the official word is? The trading. Silver and gold, gave it to Rebecca. He also gave costly presents to her brother and mother. After he and the men with him had eaten and drunk, they spent the night there. When they were up next morning, he said, "Give me leave to return to my master." Her brother and mother replied, "Let the girl stay with us a short while, say 10 days. After that, she may go." But he said to them, "Do not detain me now that the Lord has made my errand successful. Let me go back to my master." Oh, what about the girl? What a bunch of selfish piece of shit fucking bad selfish. You're not understanding, right? That
Yeah, the guy just wants what he wants. I did the task. I'm gonna go back and tell the master. Woo!
oh, I want my favor. Ooh, my favor. Not that my life is about to change because I have to get married and I have to move right now, now. Oh my goodness, this could be the Christian thing. That it's Christian is the servant and like the mother or brother is the dad who's like, "I'd like to spend time with my fucking whatever." And he brought the objects the next morning. "Don't detain me now that I have things to fucking do, now that you gave me what I want." They answered, "Let us call the girl and see what she herself has to say about it." They didn't even tell her before they went to bed? Ugh. So they called Rebecca and asked her, "Do you wish to go with this man?" She answered, "I do." And that's where the "I do" comes from.
What about the
I do can. And this, they allowed their sister, Rebecca, and her nurse to take leave, along with Abraham's servant and his men, invoking a blessing to Rebecca. They said, "Sister, may you grow into thousands of myriads, and may your descendants gain possession of the gates of their enemies." What? Why do they gotta worry about fucking enemies? Why are you bringing enemies into this? And also, she don't give a shit about being there. She's like, "All right, let's just go." Wow. Poor girl. Then Rebecca and her maids, so it's not just her nurse, Every sentence is a fucking contradiction. Is it one nurse or is it many maids? Ugh. Is it that you have to succeed? Is it that you don't have to succeed? Is it that you're definitely gonna succeed? Is it that you have no idea because God didn't tell you shit? Abraham didn't tell you this thing that you said he told you? Oh my god. Then Rebecca and her maids started out. They mounted their camels and followed the man. So the servant took Rebecca and went on his way. He took her. Meanwhile, Isaac had gone from Bir Lahai, and now it's a different word, a different named thing, or maybe this is something different. Bir Lahai, and was living in the region of Negeb. Isaac left to live somewhere else that isn't with his dad's.
When?
Meanwhile, that's when. After his mom died, before his mom died, one day toward evening he went out, in the field, and as he looked around, he noticed the camels were approaching.
Okay.
Rebecca too was looking out, and when she saw him, she alighted from her camel and asked the servant, "Who is the man out there walking through the fields towards us?" What do you mean? Why would you think he fucking knew? So they're just gonna pick up Isaac on the way? Does he even know, like, where his son is and he's just picking up fucking wives for her or whatever? Who's that man? That is my master, replied the servant. Maybe Negeb is, or Bir Mahoy in the region of Negeb is still fucking the Canaanites. That's my master. It's not. Abraham's the master, I thought. Then she covered herself with her veil. The servant recounted to Isaac all the things he had done. So, just the same fucking story again. Then Isaac took Rebecca into his tent, he married her, and thus she became his wife. Why is he in a fucking tent? I guess he knew where they were going to, where Isaac was. I guess they weren't going to go to Abraham.
They were just going to go right to Isaac.
Yeah. Alright. That's my master. Servant recounted to Isaac all the things he had done. Then Isaac took Rebecca into his tent. Was he expecting this? He was like, oh, a wife. Okay. In his love for her, Isaac found solace after the death of his mother, Sarah. So he was upset about his mother's death and found new mommy and wife? Seems like
comfort.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean by new. Whatever mom could give, now wife could. I hope they lived well together. I guess we'll find out next time how they were. What is 25 called? Abraham's son. Huh? Abraham's Sons by Keturah. Abraham married another wife.
Oh, shit. What if
Whoa.
he stole his sons? He's like, well, it was going to be for Isaac, but I'm going to take
Right.
this shit. Because that's just the way I am.
I thought fucking that there was only 2 wives. They don't talk about Keturah. Nobody reads that far into the Bible. Fucking assholes. What? I want to know. Oh, shit. She bore him Zimran, Jokshan, Medan, Medinian, Ishbak, and Shua.
That's a lot of babies.
So, wow. So he had plenty of fucking. He could have just had another son then. And it doesn't say that this was like a sister wife. So did he? Why? So why didn't he go to fucking so he could go get a wife there too?
Or is it because Sarah died? Got another wife.
Well, okay, but now he could have gotten a wife with Isaac. He's like, ooh, I'm so old, I can't go do this. This is a contradiction to what we just fucking read.
Too old to do things. But getting wives, yeah, I can still do that.
Fucking sucking, making more babies. Oh my god.
You had to be doing it for a good long while because
there's like 5 of them.
Yeah.
And she can only be pregnant for so short a time.
Yeah.
Abraham had now reached the ripe old age and blessed him in every way except more sons. Put your hand on my thigh. Where is it?
Well.
Oh, Abraham said to the seer who had charge of, put your hand and I'll make procure. So he's having him go procure a wife, and he had a ripe old age, but also he wanted to get another wife anyway. He didn't have him go look for a wife for Abraham.
Yeah.
Wow, married another fucking... No, it says fucking the whole span of Abraham's life was 175 years old. Isn't that how old fucking Sarah was?
She was 130 something?
There shouldn't be... Span of Sarah's life was 127. So if she was 127, I think, wouldn't he be 137 at that time? Because when he was like 100, she was 90 or something?
Yeah, I think there was like a 10 year.
Yeah, and he was something else. I thought like 100.
Yeah. About 10 years.
So not much time passed between I guess it was definitely enough to have more sons. But not much more time. Oh my goodness, this is all so crazy.
But God and country. This God and the country.
God and country.
One nation under this fucking psycho.
Right. That don't make no sense. Well, we're gonna do chapter 25 the next time on Bible Bullseye. What an interesting fucking piece of bullshit. I hope that somebody came in and was like, look at this Bible. Let's listen to Bible. What's up with this Bible? I hope that they enjoyed it. Hopefully someone will ever enjoy this. I don't know what to do now. Lick and Sybil or Dibble if you're Tribble. You know what I'm saying?
If you want to increase your nibble.
Increase that nibble by listening to this nibble.
Like cake house.
Okay.
Alright. I enjoyed reading with you, wife.
I enjoy reading with you as well.
Man, that's just fucking crazy.
And it's like, it always like makes us talk about stuff. always makes us wonder. And this is what the Bible was inevitably going to come to, because that's what we're doing. And you can either get with the program or fucking fail miserably at the program, I guess.
Should we do all these fucked up things that the Bible did, or should we do something different?
Gee, I don't know. Maybe be exactly not like anybody who's ever fucking listened to the Bible ever. That sounds like the best thing to me. Just so happens there's a very deliberate way to do that. God damn. Gotta stop eating pizza in the bed.
All right. Love you, baby. Shutting her down.
Love you.